Underway, even before Donald Trump has been sworn in. It is a crisis that has led to Pentagon officials issuing warnings like this.
Without an appropriation or a continuing resolution, our troops will miss their end-of-month paycheck during the holiday season. Military reservists drilling after December 20 will not receive pay for those drills, and federal civilians that are required to work during a shutdown will not be paid. Civilian employees whose work is paid for from lapsed appropriations will be furloughed for the duration of the lapse, which appears to coincide with the Christmas and New Year's holidays.
Elon Musk wearing the Grinch costume well. No pay for the 2.1 million troops over the holidays.
I mean, that's kind of base, though, if you think about it.
How exactly did we get here? As we reported during this hour yesterday, the government is barreling toward a possible shutdown. It's after Elon Musk led a rebellion against a bipartisan funding deal. And then Trump quickly followed in Elon's footsteps, only for a bill that met Musk's terms to go down in flames rather dramatically and quickly, when dozens of Republicans joined the Democrats in killing it. Here's where things stand this afternoon. The situation remains very fluid, but the House is set to vote on a package that includes disaster relief, assistance for farmers, and keeping the government running until March. It would require a 2/3 majority vote, meaning Republicans would need Democratic support to pass this bill. It's where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is with us. Also joining us, former Democratic Senator, MSNBC political analyst Claire McCaskill's here. With me at the table, Democratic strategist Basil Smykel's here, and the president of the National Action Network and host of Politics Nation right here on MSNBC, the Reverend Al Sharpton's here. Ali Vitale, the Grinch gave me a cold, so I'll let you take over and bring us up to date on the latest.
The Grinch is also giving us chaos, I guess, here on Capitol Hill as we try to wind down for the year. I don't know which of us has it worse, but as of now, we're still sort of in this limbo period, Nicole, because about 2 hours ago, I was standing downstairs in one of the hallways of doom, as we like to call it, because it's where many of these huddles with Republicans often happen when they are reaching an inflection point or an impasse, and they need to get together to figure out what way they're going to go next. As folks emerged from that meeting, they were actually seemingly confident, not just that a government shutdown would be averted, but also that they had an operating plan for how they were going to do this. They were going to leave the debt ceiling or abolishing the debt by the wayside, basically chucking back the only thing that Trump and Musk actually asked for explicitly in this package. That's now by the wayside. And instead, they're going to sort of pull everything else apart, do a very skinny version of this initial government funding plan, and do it in 3 pieces. The first is just going to be basic government funding until mid-March. The second is going to be that disaster relief package we've often talked about. And the third is going to be an extension of the farm bill so that you don't run into bigger problems in your grocery store aisles because subsidies and other market prices don't remain fixed based on what the farm bill says. All of those things make sense. It's now just a question of the vehicle that they use to actually pass it and if they have the votes. The vehicle is going to have big implications on the second question, how many votes they need. Right now, it's looking like they're going to do it through a process called suspension, and that means that you need a 2/3 majority on the House floor. If you need a 2/3 majority, you need Democrats. Democrats have mostly been kept in the dark by this since the original bipartisan plan fell apart. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries said the lines of communication have now been reopened, but my understanding in the last update that I got from my sources is that Democrats hadn't exactly been keyed in yet as to what this plan actually was, let alone been able to talk it over with their members. I think that's why we're now sort of in this quiet waiting period. We did hear from top Republicans who said there was going to be a vote today, maybe this afternoon, but here we are squarely in the afternoon playing the waiting game and waiting to see how this ultimately plays out.
Ali Vitale, why did Elon Musk kill the bill?
And that is the excellent question here, because you would think that Trump and thusly Musk had been apprised of what Johnson was negotiating over the course of these last several weeks. Johnson has been at him at Mar-a-Lago, but also at every sporting event from wrestling to college football. It's not like these two guys haven't been in touch. And so the fact that Musk came in first and started sowing the seeds of discord and saying that he was going to primary members who voted for this original bill, then Trump comes in over the top and dunks on his top guy in the House and says, I'm not going to go for this unless you put the debt ceiling into it. The debt ceiling is its whole, in and of itself, a whole different negotiation. The idea that you could have negotiated this in 24 hours is just completely unfounded. It's partly why we see it on the cutting room floor right now, because it's just too thorny of an issue. But the why, I think, is really essential to this, and it's the one that we have not yet been able to tease out, other than Musk is trying to talk about this as a seeming extension of his Doge project, which is to cut wasteful spending from the government and to really take a look at fiscal responsibility. But not keeping the government's lights on doesn't seem like a moment of fiscal responsibility. And so you end up at this impasse of what is actually going on here.
Well, and Elon Musk owns this. I mean, I think whatever people think of him, he killed the bill. Here's what he killed. This is in the Bulwark. Cancer research for kids was collateral damage. Some of the hardest cuts to swallow involved medical research. In particular, the revised funding bill delivered a devastating blow to the fight against pediatric cancer. Anyone traveling has been all over the internet looking to see how it affects travel. TSA agents are bracing for paycheck freeze worries, according to NBC's latest reporting. What is Elon Musk's interest in cutting pediatric cancer research and TSA 3 days ahead of Christmas?
I think that this is more generally about the way that end-of-year spending bills get done. And this is actually not just Musk complaining about this, though he is certainly the one who's unelected and very active on social media with the money, frankly, and the following to actually have an impact on legislating. Put that concern aside for a moment, that an unelected citizen of this country can just do that. But you then look at some of the people here who have been sounding the alarm on this forever. It's the process of the way that people fund the government at the end of the year. We heard people likening this to Christmas trees, and I actually think it's an apt description, despite the fact that it's overkill given the time of year we're in. But think about it as every ornament you hang on a tree. The bill that you referenced there about pediatric cancer is one of the things that got added into this bill as something that lawmakers wanted to see get done by the end of the year, but it was one of many, many pieces of a larger package. The people who complain about the way that we do funding at the end of the year have complaints that it's not a more deliberative process, that people aren't just looking at each dollar that's being added, and that it sort of seems like an automatic press go and just continue funding the government without considering it. Certainly, there are debt concerns that this country should take seriously, but when you actually start looking at what's in the bill, it starts to make sense why it's very difficult to start just saying, oh, we'll slash all of these funding, it doesn't matter, because these are actually good programs that maybe do deserve to be funded, and certainly in the case of pediatric cancer that you point out.
Well, I'm not a Hill reporter, but didn't Trump also come in wanting to raise the debt ceiling? So it wasn't about cuts, was it?
He did come in wanting to raise the debt ceiling. And that's where this whole thing started falling apart, because conservatives, on the one hand, were excited by the fact that Musk and Trump seemed to back them up with the idea that government funding shouldn't just be this massive ballooning thing that we pass in quick fashion at the end of the year. But why you started to see nearly 40 Republicans vote no on this is A, they never vote on government funding bills like this anyway. But B, when you start to introduce the debt limit and abolishing the debt ceiling, this is potentially spending, and now we're starting to see them actually put numbers on this that are going to come into play next year. But you're talking about potentially raising the debt ceiling to the tune of $2 trillion or $1.5 trillion. And then Republicans now saying, OK, we promise to offset that in pay-fors when we do the reconciliation process next year. That's a really, really tall order. But their complaint is that you can't do the debt ceiling without having a conversation about paying for it. And that's the conversation they didn't have time to have now. And it's a big part of why conservatives weren't backing this bill, despite the fact that it had Trump's blessing.
Welcome to the world of oligarchy. Like oleo and garlic smashed together forms an oligarchy.
Hello, everybody. As I am sure you have heard, there is a lot that's going on here in Washington, D.C. So let me say a few words and try to explain it. Bottom line, after all is said and done, is that after months of negotiations, Senate Democrats and House Republicans reached an agreement called a continuing resolution, which would continue to fund the government for 3 months. Frankly, that agreement was not something that I was all that excited about, but it was better than nothing. And I was prepared and am prepared to vote for it. And one of the reasons is that it contained a reasonable...
Every milquetoast liberal. I was not happy with it, but I was going to go along with it because doing something drastic and transcendental is too much. Bernie Sanders, we know you will go along with things that you rhetorically disagree with. Don't fret. We've gathered this from your years of service.
Increase in funding for primary health care, something that I feel very strongly about and that my committee, the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee, is responsible for. And given the enormous crises that we're facing in health care in this country today, it really would be of help to many millions of Americans. What this legislation would do is significantly, or modestly at least, increase funding for community health centers all over this country, which treat about 30 million Americans who are low income or working class. And it would also increase the number of young doctors who go out into rural America and also into underserved areas. That is where we need the doctors and the nurses, and that's what this legislation would do. In any case, within the House of Representatives, the Republican House, and the Democratic Senate, there was widespread agreement on this resolution, and it was just about ready to be passed. In fact, the Republicans posted it on their website. We were ready to go. But then, out of nowhere, the wealthiest man in the world, Elon Musk, began tweeting his opposition to this legislation. In fact, he was very blunt about it. He told Republicans that if they voted for this proposal, which they had already agreed to do, he would take out his wallet and spend as much money as it took to defeat them in primaries and drive them out of office. You got that? Take a deep breath and appreciate what's going on here. The wealthiest person in the world, who spent at least $277 million to elect Donald Trump in a Republican Congress, has now claimed complete ownership of that party. And what he is saying is, hey, Republicans, forget your constituents, forget your constitutional responsibilities. If you don't do what I, Elon Musk, want you to do, you're out of office. And I have the money to do just that. My friends, what we are looking at here has nothing to do with democracy.
Yeah, it sounds
we are
like
looking
it's has everything to do with capitalism. Oligarchy, no, we're not going far enough. It's not like we didn't know any of these things already. This is capitalism.
Is oligarchy. This is up and up. Government by the billionaire class for the billionaire class. And by the way, Musk is not only trying to intimidate Republicans, he is trying to inject himself into the Democratic Party as well.
Did you know that Trump's cabinet picks, their net worth is bigger than the GDP of 172 different countries? And it's over $500 billion is their net worth. That's like, you know, his picks for like the top positions of government. You know, and then Trump himself is a billionaire. Despite all of our mass mobilization around, I was going to say rhetoric. It's not really, it's not like we have been doing things, but despite all of the, basically just despite of all the public sentiment, the overwhelming majority of the public does not feel like billionaires should exist. Certainly feels like the rich do not get taxed and should be taxed. Billionaires should be taxed, and they're not. And in spite of all that, I mean, look what's happening. You know, it's a cabinet of the most wealthiest individuals on the planet, and what am I trying to say? It's like the public's trying to say no more billionaires, please, and the capitalist class says no. We're gonna go harder, basically.
He's threatening to target Democrats who are standing up to him and his agenda.
I just don't like Bernie Sanders' rhetoric here because it's normalizing too much for me. As soon as you start coming up with euphemisms for capitalism, and you try to single out an individual phenomena when we know it's the institution itself, you know, it's just, what is he ultimately saying? He's still paying lip service to the system. And we also know by his track record that he's a Zionist, you know? This guy cannot be trusted anymore.
Further, and very dangerously, and this is the guy.
All of our working class elected officials that were supposed to be like champions of the working class have just gone full CIA.
You know, who owns Twitter. As part of his campaign to defeat this resolution, Musk has been spreading an enormous amount of disinformation and outright lies about what is in the bill. He said that the measure would
I just have to laugh because it's like the snake eating its own tail. I mean, this is just like, yeah. Oh no, a government shutdown. Like, and people will call me an accelerationist for this, but, you know, unfortunately, I think things need to keep deteriorating before there is a transcendental shift. And, you know, the more dire it looks, I think we're also, you know, it's like they say, the darkest part of the tunnel is just, or the darkest part of the night is just before the dawn. Unfortunately, things are just going to have to keep derailing for the foreseeable future until the working class grows a fucking backbone, until more class-conscious workers step up. My beloved working class, who I identify with and love so much, and look onto as if I look upon myself, who I hold in such esteem and reverence, people that labor for a living. No matter what they do, they produce value, and they're getting shafted, and we're getting shafted, and we're not doing enough about it because we are indoctrinated. Oh no, you know, and people all over are looking for answers, and they're being subverted, you know, they're being co-opted, and the right is very good at that, you know. And it's I don't mean to make it about right and left, because it's truly about up and down, but trying to disseminate this message when you're battling institutions, you know, it's daunting. But we can't lose faith, obviously. Can't lose hope. But yeah, I look at this guy. He's a betrayal.
A 40% pay raise for Congress. That's a lie. it is a 3.9% increase, the same as federal employees are receiving. He said,
Sounds like you're a failure of a politician, you know? Sounds like all of you, if you're going to allow one man, you know, if we're going to allow one man to derail the entire government, I mean, you know, what did it already represent? I mean, that's why it's like, I don't care about your precious bureaucracy, because what did you represent before today, you know? This guy supported Israel's genocide. To me, it doesn't matter. It's like, it's life or death. It's, I don't care about these, you know, these mechanisms that are being destroyed, these safeguards or whatever. Like, yeah, let it all fucking burn down. Good. Let Elon Musk be a bowling ball that just fucking crushes everything, and then, you know, both the political elites and the corporate elites, eviscerate themselves in a fire of justice. Of course, that's a metaphor, folks. I don't actually wish any form of VOLENCE. But, you know, peace be unto all, and Merry Christmas, of course.
this legislation would fund bioweapons labs. Not true. In fact, it provides funds to protect Americans from emerging infectious diseases. He said that the country would be just fine if the government shut down. Really? Here's what happens if Mr. Musk gets his way and the deal implodes. Funding for kids' cancer research gets cut. At a time when we're already paying the...
I mean, you guys are already awful. I mean, you've lost everyone. You know, this is a symptom of what our political economy stands for. This is a symptom of the base.
prices in the world for prescription drugs, pharmaceutical middlemen will
This is
be
a consequence of the ineptitude and the betrayal of the uniparty, of the so-called two-party system.
able to continue to overcharge you for your prescriptions. Americans recovering from devastating
It's already happening, Bernie. Bernie, it's already bad, okay?
floods, fires, and hurricanes, often due to climate change, won't get the help that they need.
Yeah, well, they don't get the help that they need already, motherfucker.
That's what happens if the proposal go down. And what happens
No,
if
that's what's happening now, Berniel Sanders.
the government
Bernyard.
shuts down? Well, our troops won't get their paychecks. Nearly 7 million
no.
women.
The troops won't get their paychecks. Sounds like a mutiny you've got on your hands. Wow, that's actually kind of refreshing. I hope the military, you know, suffers a little bit out of this. Maybe they'll wake up and they'll grow some fucking balls and stop dying for corporate profits. Maybe our soldiers will do a fucking Pat Tillman and start reading Noam Chomsky and start defecting, because that's what we need. You know, we're producing a genocide. We're producing all of this. We don't need to produce this shit. We don't need to organize around this. We don't need to put our time, our energy, our money, our lives on the line for corporations and corporate profits, okay? I know, the troops can't get a paycheck. That's pretty based, if you asked me. Wow, they're not going to have any money to go invade foreign countries. Let them hurt. The Palestinians are hurting. You know?
Children who rely on WIC nutrition assistance could go hungry.
Oh, you're talking about children going hungry, huh? Again, Bernard, all of this stuff is already happening. And it's happening because of us.
2 million federal government workers, some of whom don't make a whole lot of money, won't be getting paid. Now let us be very clear. Elon Musk was not elected to be president of the United States. In fact, he was not elected to be dog catcher. And by the way,
no president is truly elected because presidents aren't elected. Presidents are vetted and appointed by the corporate class. So, you pearl clutching about Elon Musk not being elected. I mean, none of these officials have any legitimacy. They should all be rescinded. All of the politicians should be rescinded because they serve Elon Musk and his ilk. Anyway, so what's the point? What's the pearl clutching about?
what all of this hoopla is really about, above and beyond everything I'm talking about,
Is money.
is that when Trump and Musk come into power in late January, do you know what their first order of business will be? You think it'll be to fix health care? You think it'll be deal with climate change? Deal with homelessness? Well, if you thought that, you're dead wrong. Their first order of business will be to provide massive tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country and the largest corporations. So think about it. At a time of
Man, that's a shocker. Do you think that that's any different from what Joe Biden did? What Barack Obama did? What George W. Bush did? What Clinton did? What the original Bush did? What Reagan did? I mean, this is neoliberalism for you. This is not Elon Musk and Donald Trump. It's neoliberalism. The names and the faces change, but it's always the same ideology.
unprecedented income and wealth inequality when Musk himself is worth almost $500 billion. What these guys want to do is give more tax breaks to billionaires and
Well, he's trying to make humanity a multi-planetary species, okay? So, put that in your brain and smoke it.
the heads of large corporations. So where do we go from here? Let's
Sounds like we burn it all down.
understand the gravity of what we are dealing with. This is not politics as usual. This is not just Democrats versus Republicans, conservatives versus liberals or progressives. It's much deeper than that.
Yeah, it's just, we know what it is. It's not deeper. It's pretty simple, actually. It's pretty surface. It's just rich versus poor. Why do you have to make it seem like it's some deep state thing?
What we are dealing with right now is that the billionaire class, which owns so much of our economy, which owns so much of our media, they are now moving aggressively to own our political system.
Oh, wow. Just now? Wow. Shit, we got to do something.
As well. So we got a lot of work in front of us. We've got to educate, we've got to organize, and we have got to stop them. Thank you very much. Have a great holiday season.
Great. Now my algorithm's going to feed me more Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this continuing resolution. We had a strong bipartisan and bicameral agreement among the leadership of both parties at both ends of the Capitol to avert a disastrous and pointless government shutdown, to provide desperately needed disaster aid and emergency assistance, and to provide Congress with the time required to enact full-year funding bills for fiscal year 2025, which is our responsibility. That bill was a result of a compromise. There were things in it Democratic
I'm sure this person's not the butt of any jokes in conservative circles.
Democrats liked and Republicans did not. there were things in it Republicans liked that Democrats would have
Let's watch some
preferred.
Sabby Sabs.
Then people bring up the misogyny issue, and we bring in Marcus in here. People are bringing up the misogyny issue. I get it, but that doesn't explain why more black men voted for Hillary Clinton than for Kamala Harris. So the point that you mentioned there, Dion, about this manhood, so to speak.
The Joker's grandmother, that wins.
Nina Turner made a statement recently that the Democratic Party emasculates black men. Do you think that has something to do with it? And I'll go to you, Mark, and then I'm gonna bring in Marcus.
I didn't necessarily. I don't know if I think the Democratic Party emasculates black men. I don't know if that's how I would think about it. I think the Democratic Party just ignores black people. I think they just disregard black people more broadly. I think that and it's been said a couple times today, I think there's an expectation that we're going to be Democratic voters no matter what. And the moment that we're not Democratic voters, or the moment we even question being Democratic voters, we sort of get thrown away. I think the Hillary Clinton voting is an interesting thing. Again, I agree that it's too simplistic to say that it's just about gender. But, the Hillary Clinton versus Kamala Harris comparison is just so tough because we're comparing 2016 to 2024. We're comparing different economies. We're comparing people having lived through Trump. We're comparing all these factors, people having a familiarity with the Clintons. And then there's also the fact that don't nobody love white people more than black people. And so there are people who will vote for a white person who doesn't represent their interests, but will question a black person who's equally problematic and equally doesn't represent their interests. But they're going to give them the extra examination. So I wish we were more critical of Hillary Clinton. It's not that I wish more people voted for Kamala Harris. It's that I wish fewer people voted for Obama and fewer people voted for Hillary Clinton. Unfortunately, that often ain't the case.
That's an interesting point there. I want to bring in Marcus. Marcus, if you can just introduce yourself to everybody really quick. And I want to get your take on this as well, why Donald Trump gained support from black men and Kamala Harris lost support from black men.
First off, I want to say, can you hear me okay? First off, thank you for inviting myself and Chris, and pleasure to be here with the rest of the gentlemen. Apologies for being late. You guys know how LA traffic can be. But what I would say is I agree with all the points that I've heard so far. And what one thing about it is with each successive election that we've had, you've seen less and less of the black population fall for the tricks of the Democratic Party. And I think that's a big part of it. From Obama sold us on a lot of things, which he did not do, and left us having to do a lot of defending Obama on the back half, even on certain times when we didn't agree with things. And I found myself, especially when I was in Florida, having to defend Obama because of racism. Not that I agree with his policies. And so from Obama fooling us, then people feeling like, well, you got to vote for Hillary. And then seeing more and more as more information has come out about what's happened with our foreign policy, Libya, all of these things, I think, have kind of mattered going up into this. And so they tried to run the same trick again. Oh, well, we got a woman and she's black and this and that. And it's not enough. You got to actually come with something. And I think the electorate now, whether it is the black population or just a lot of any people who lean more to the left in general, are wanting to actually see something and a plan versus the same old just come out and vote for us. And I think they weighed, especially growing up in a red state, they weighed on a lot of people, especially who vote Democratic, to vote harm reduction. Because in our states, a lot of times people will vote for the Democrats, even though they don't like them, even though they're not happy with them, because they know that the Republicans that they typically have that are elected typically are going to take away things and make life harder on you.
But why, and this is for you, Jamal, why is it that black women still heavily showed up to support Kamala Harris and not me? Because I'm asking everybody, because I didn't support Kamala or Donald Trump. I voted for Jill Stein. But I want to know, why is it that black men were willing to say, I'm not going to do this, but black women overwhelmingly still came out to support her? She got 92% of the black female vote.
No, that's a good question. I mean, black females are the most loyal part of the Democratic Party, meaning they're wed to that base. And I got to be honest, when Obama was running, I think there was this element of, hey, we have a black person that's eligible, meaning he has a potential to actually win, in which case people were more wed to it. It was this kind of new element in the political space that we hadn't necessarily seen before. Whereas, at the point where you already have somebody who's run in that race, but this might have been for black women what it was for blacks in general during that time frame. I mean, if you think back, when Hillary Clinton ran, you had 30% of people who voted for Obama turned around and voted for Donald Trump in that race. And they don't necessarily engage that particular point, but that point is somewhat valid. But for women, this might have been their Obama moment from the standpoint of blacks. And I hope that doesn't necessarily sound all that sexist or misogynist. But oftentimes the argument that I would hear, especially, it's our turn. That was the rhetoric that Hillary Clinton used to use during her particular race. And there was a Hillary energy associated with the Kamala Harris campaign. I can't help but imagine that black women see a black woman, especially someone who cast themselves as a black woman when she was running, wouldn't feel a little bit of magic associated with it, whether or not the candidate was great or not, or even in the way that she effectively ran the campaign, meaning whether it was an effective way to run a campaign or not. Look, I could be wrong. I don't necessarily have a great answer for that, short of they see somebody who they were represented by, or at the very least, who they saw themselves in, and they went for it. Black men, not so much.
Chris, what do you I watch all of you guys, by the way. I watch all of your shows, but I'm laughing when I come to Chris because I know Chris can be very blunt. Chris, what's your take on this?
Be gentle.
Look, Sappy, this is your program. I will have, and I have the utmost respect for you. I watch your program too, so I won't be out of pocket on your platform, right? However, one, we have to do something that we forget about at times. You have to follow the money. Where is the money funneled, right? If you're talking about institutions, colleges, universities, that's what I'm referencing by institutions. Just look at the numbers of graduates. Look who it is. Look who are running certain organizations. They are plugged in more so to black women on that. The Democratic Party is plugged into black women heavily on that side, right? Whereas there's not a whole lot of black men who are in that space, if you will. There's some, but when you compare, for instance, I went to a graduation not too long ago. I was trying to keep count of the men, and I could keep count of the men at the college graduation I was at. So it was shocking, the overwhelming ratio. And I'm saying these women are going to be in certain positions, certain spaces, certain places where the men are not going to be. Just this way this funnels you to, right? So it's easier for them to capture grandma, auntie. This is what they've been doing. It really doesn't take much thought, right? In certain countries, certain cities, counties where you may live, it's just, we vote Democrat, that's it. You don't think anything else. And then plus, unfortunately, racism is a thing, even if it's fake racism, right? Just the lighting of the racism torch, if you will, always gets people saying. So you can always find Republicans to go on whatever medium it is, TV, radio, paper, internet, to say some of the most racist ever. And obviously that spreads throughout the culture. We all hear it. We all see it. And it's like, goddamn, the Democrats are trash. However, like, you talking reckless over here. So, we always going to have a problem. And it's that's what always keeps a lot of the black women, if you will, locked into the Democratic Party. But for us, I say we stop being so emotional about it and we just totally separate from everybody. There's no need to even there's no need to engage with the parties going for at all. And it's been that way for quite some time. Sorry, guys, for being long-winded.
Dion, what's your take on that? And I get where you're coming from, Chris, about higher ed. I'm going to get to that in just a second. But how do you feel about this, Dion? Why do you feel that Black women still continue to show up for Kamala Harris and Black men were like, nah? Or why do you feel some Black men were willing to vote for Donald Trump this time around?
Okay, Black women get a lot of support and resources from the Democratic Party, as we all know, across the board, and they've been elevated publicly as the leader and all supporters. And you have to understand, politics is the reality versus perception. We're only 14% of the population. If 100% of us voted with the Electoral College, she still loses, point blank. And people have to see that reality. The next thing is, we as Black men have done something culturally, which is we've broken the Black wall of silence. Again, the perception, the great Black vote, but it's not, wait a minute, Donald Trump is in the Bronx, New York City, getting support from Black men. You know, the country's vote actually follows the influence of the perception of the great Black vote, and sometimes they follow suit in other cultural aspects. The Latinos, well, that was ruined. Other people of color, the liberal progressives, great, but then it's not like, well, if the Black vote is fractured as it were, now it's okay for me to vote for a third party. Jill Stein, Robert F. Kennedy, he got screwed over, and that pissed off a lot of Black people in my network here in New York with the anti-vaccine mandate stuff who supported him. And once again, comparison to the emasculation, what is the Black man's role in the Democratic Party? The LGBT plus Black man, the Black man that just follows and worships the icon, the idol of Black woman, or the Black man in which is formerly incarcerated, rehabilitated, and I've come back to save the world. But what about the Black man that did go to college, did do the right thing, that is educated, that's not in the barbershop? What about them? So the great Black vote was too fractured publicly. We broke the stigma of the Black wall of silence, and it made it actually cool to actually support Donald Trump and some other nuances therein. But our leadership skills and our support systems for the single perceived aggressive alpha Black male, as it were, was totally destroyed.
Oh,
That is an
if I
interesting
could just
point.
happy real quick, I just wanted to add some real quick. Sorry, guys. Also, you have to add in the fact that a lot of Black men have charges and can't vote, right? So you're also dealing with, you just have to remember, you're dealing with a population of people who may not even have access to the electoral system based on things they've done.
Well, I want to bring up this point, Mark, because Chris brought up the point about higher ed. And I noticed one of the things Kamala Harris mentioned was they were talking about at some point doing an HBCU tour, which her campaign staffers have come forward recently. And
I was just thinking about how, you know how they say, like, capitalism will sell you the rope? I feel like the internet is the rope. And maybe there's probably many different ropes. But I'm just thinking back to when I was a child, when I was a kid, and there was no internet in the 90s. And, you know, everything we saw, heard, or read was owned by corporations and corporate media. And we're still owned by corporations, but I feel like we have become the media. And the avenues are there. I'm just looking at this. I would have never, you know, kids are growing up and they're able to access information like this. And, you know, we didn't have that when I was a kid. So I feel like we have become the media because corporations can profit off of our labor that way. They're profiting off of us, but we know how to work the means of production. And we're clued in on how capitalism works, and it's only a matter of time before all of these imperceptible quantitative changes produce a qualitative shift. And I think that's inevitable. But of course, who can predict how it will unfold? But could it be that your YouTube account got deleted or something? Because it looks like you lost subscribers. This is a backup page because my main page was suspended. It's still up. I can still post, but I can't go live, and they demonetized the channel. So this is my backup, and I'm starting fresh. We're starting over. Get in on the ground floor. It all begins now, okay? Subscribe to the new page. Don't be lame. Don't be sad. Don't be lazy. Don't be behaving like one of those lazy socialists that sit on the couch and eat hot chip and lie. Subscribe to the channel. You got some big words there, Rathbone. You got a pretty mouth. He has 2 channels. He told us to come here because he wasn't able to do lives. That's right. That's right, Jennifer. Thank you. Yes, help a comrade out. And also join the Discord. I mean, you know, we're trying to foster, that's right. I said foster a community of like-minded, and not only that, but similar socioeconomically tied conditions workers, okay? I want to cultivate a pro-working class community, and we're in the underbelly, you know? We're in the belly of the beast. We're in the imperial core. And we're anti-capitalist. We're anti-imperialist. We're anti-American. Yeah, that's right. Can you believe that shit? I am anti-American. I do not identify with my Americanness. Okay? I don't even think it's real, to be honest. I think it's phony. And everything that I've learned about America, I disagree with resoundingly. So, yeah. Anti-fascist, yes, of course. I guess when I say anti-imperialist, I think anti-fascist, but you're right, I should throw in that word as well. And look, guys, words are important. Let's face it. Words are crucial, okay? Thoughts become actions. And, you know, learning and choosing the right words to say and the right ideas to transmit is very important. And that's why, I mean, why do you think that they try so hard to control your thoughts? Because they understand it. They understand that that is crucial to keeping their power. And I always like to say, like, people like Henry Kissinger are like the greatest Marxists, which sounds really weird, but when you learn about their doctrine and what they were trying to do, they were just like evil Marxists, you know? They like understood dialectically materialist thinking. They understood that, you know, we're defined by our material conditions, and they acted upon that. It's just they were like evil about it, and they, you know, carried with them this racist xenophobia and this might makes right sort of white supremacist mentality to go along with their materialist understanding of the world and how they could control people by controlling their material conditions. As Henry Kissinger said, I always bring this up, control food, you can control people, control oil, you can control nations. And that is exactly what they tried to do. And you know what else? They were deathly afraid, in keeping with that whole thoughts become actions strain of thinking. People like Henry Kissinger were deathly afraid of what they called the domino effect. And I can't remember if it's the domino effect or the domino theory, but either way the term makes sense. The theory that if one socialist development happened inside a sovereign territory, that basically an example of indigenous nationalism, if the colonized peoples of Earth suddenly realized that they could overthrow imperialism, then it would spread like wildfire. And it didn't matter if the development, the socialist revolution or development, or however you want to characterize it, where there was a revolution by which, you know, the power shifted from one class to another, i.e., in our case, the ownership class to the working class, which is another, you know, really, you know, crucial thing to understand about our society. But if that were to happen, it doesn't matter if it was on a small island like Guam, it didn't matter how important strategically or materially that country or territory was, or how, you know, how many people were in that. If it happened, then it would invigorate other communities around the world to do the same. And that is largely true. Historically speaking, as I learned in Vincent Bevan's book, you know, he made a prescient observation where revolutions historically clump together at certain points in time. And I think that kind of speaks to the idea of a domino effect. There's just certain times in history where they all clump together. And if something happens in one country, something else is going to happen somewhere else. So it's very interesting to think about, but why the U.S. meddles in every socialist nation and collapses it if possible. Yes, and they'll do, you know, they have a whole range of tactics in their toolbox, depending on what they can get away with. Just depending on the material, particular conditions of that land or those people, or geopolitically. You know, it's the same thing with Israel. I mean, they get away with things when they can. Obviously, the status quo is awful, but they'll obviously have times as well where they ramp up the atrocities. And usually it has to do with things that are happening in America, in the United States. You know, whether it's an election or a scandal or whatever. So in the same manner, the CIA looks upon all these countries and figures out plans and accordingly on what they can get away with, what they can do. And of course they can internally sabotage, you know. Ooh, I like sounds. Guys, support the stream, sub to the channels, you know, sub to the stream. Every little bit helps. I'm trying to build out my new YouTube page. So send me funny little sounds like that. And also lots of your hard-earned money. You know what I mean? So, they project their crimes and mislabel them as communism. Then they attack and assert fascism. Yes, that's very, very apropos of what they do. Oh, cool. All right. What is it? Good news?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise.
Amazon contractors in Southern California have joined a nationwide strike just days before Christmas.
They're calling for better wages, benefits, and safety at work. Gigi outside of an Amazon facility in the city of Industry with the latest, and we see them behind you there. Gigi, good morning.
That's right. They have a coordinated effort here and at two different entry points to the Industry facility. So they block the driveway for a while, and then they move over so that the trucks can either get in or out. I'm going to ask photographer Brian Shaw to go to that last driveway over there. Now there's some cars that are coming, including an Amazon truck, but you'll see the picketers there, and you see the trucks trying to get out. They're delayed. It lasts maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes, and then they move over and they'll let one out, and then they go back to picketing, and then they let the other one out. Now we have some video of what the strike picket lines looked like yesterday, because this is actually day 2 of this strike. Behind it, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, who claim that Amazon has ignored a deadline that they set last Sunday to begin contract negotiations with them. Amazon, on the other hand, says
No way,
these employees
for
don't
real?
even work for them.
That's where Kimosabi, that's where you work? That's pretty crazy. What are the odds? Guys, I understand that they have to strike, but does it have to be right now? It's about to be Christmas. It's like, God. I always like when corporate pundits say it's just so disruptive, and it's just now is just not a really good time. It's a bad thing that they're doing, without ever acknowledging that, yes, that's exactly what strikes were designed to do. They are there to disrupt and obstruct. It's not supposed to be convenient. The fact that you're complaining about it lets us know what we're doing is working.
Logistics company that Amazon contracts with to provide them with drivers. But the drivers, well, at least the ones we spoke to, tell us they do represent Amazon, and Amazon needs to step up and take care of them.
The work that I do, $22.75, and I felt like a slap in the face.
$30 an hour. We want some of the benefits that UPS drivers have.
I'm out here today because Amazon has refused to recognize this. They've been union busting us. They've been sending people in as consultants to let us know that, basically shaming the union.
Amazon says that the Teamsters actually represent only 1% of their workforce, and in a written statement released by the giant multinational retailer, well, they lashed out against the union, calling all of this a PR stunt, saying in part, what you see here are almost entirely outsiders, not Amazon employees or even partners, and the suggestion otherwise is just another lie from the Teamsters.
They're just doubling down, and that's what you see. It's like they need to hurt more. We need to hurt these corporations. We need to break their spirit, the way that they've broken the spirit of the working class. They're not feeling it enough. It's going to take more because they're just doubling down. It's just like when the CEO got whacked, the Manhattan DA and the governor of Pennsylvania and all these people and the elite, whether it's in politics or in the economy, they're all saying how awful it is, how this man was such a terrorist. I mean, they're just vilifying the dark corners of the internet that are applauding this depraved act. They're not actually looking at what is happening, and they don't care. And it'd be an inconvenience for them to acknowledge the pain and suffering of the working class. So they just better not do it. They're too comfortable. And, rather than acquiescing to the demands of their employees who they've mistreated, Amazon is once again angry tweeting and calling people liars. When you're calling the Teamsters, the one of the biggest unions in the United States, a liar, I mean, that's a big deal that the Teamsters are behind this, I think. And, just to outright just call them a liar, just say, nuh-uh, it's just, they're doubling down. It's so arrogant, it's ridiculous. And we need to crank up the fucking dial.
This is happening at facilities across the country today. As for deliveries, if you're waiting for something, we checked online. We just did a little test with different items on Amazon.com, and all of the items were available for delivery tomorrow. Of course, that's not official, but Amazon does say that this won't impact holiday deliveries, actually, that most customers probably won't even notice. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you for that update.
Yeah, I mean, power lies in the consent of the governed. What is this thing doing? I have a furry alien that has decided to plop down on my lap. This is just like the Amazon strike. I'm being persecuted. This is inconvenient. I just feel the labor movement getting stronger, I want to kick over a barrel of gasoline and fucking throw the match on the... What? Don't say that? Okay. Okay, Kat. All right. You get what you want, okay?
Thousands of Amazon workers striking at 7 Amazon facilities in Illinois, New York, Georgia, and right here in California. The Teamsters Union calling it the largest ever strike against Amazon.
Alex Press is a staff writer at Jacobin, where she covers labor organizing, and she joins us now with more. Alex, nice to see you. Good of you to be with us tonight. We understand that you were out on the picket lines in New York today. Can you tell us what you saw and what you were hearing from workers?
Sure. Thanks again for having me, as always. So I was out in Maspeth, Queens, in New York City, where DBK4 is on strike. So this is a smaller delivery center. So it's not the giant fulfillment centers we often hear about or think about, like the one that organized in Staten Island, was the first, Amazon facility in the US to unionize. That was at JFK 8. These are a little smaller. They're sort of the last mile delivery often. So they're around big city centers. What I was seeing was a lot of excitement. I think workers have been fed up at Amazon for a long time, and this, to really defy the employer and to go on strike and to sort of, have music and have support and have community leaders and elected officials that are on your side. It really is a remarkable feeling. When I talked to workers about the job and about what led them to support this union, what I heard was a lot of frustration. People are fed up with being treated like machines. This is what Amazon workers say all the time, that the employer treats them like they're robots and that their backs and their knees simply don't matter that much, and they can be replaced like any other part. But that's not true with a human being. And so these workers are organizing to fight. I think it's worth saying that this is not every driver who was out on this picket line. There were a lot of drivers still going to work. The NYPD were very much intervening on the side of Amazon.
This is Democracy
They
Now!,
arrested
Democracy
several
Now!
workers, and eventually those workers were released and brought back to the picket line. And it was really a remarkable thing to see. But Amazon's a very powerful company, and it's important, I'm sure, to some elected officials and the NYPD to keep it flowing.
There are things known as sortation centers located about 10 miles outside of every major American city. The sortation center, the Amazon sortation center, is what's known as a strategic choke point in the economy. It's a bottleneck by which many inputs all link up to one output. There is a transference of commodities from one part and aspect of the supply chain to another. Often, when there are different links in a supply chain meeting up, that is a strategically weak point, because those workers might be of a completely different background. They might use different technology to do their job. The transference of commodities from one link in the supply chain to the next is always a weak point by which can be exploited strategically. So the goal would be to find a choke point in the economy and exploit it, where it would take a reasonably small amount of workers to strike, and it would have a large consequence. It would be a big blow to the economy and for the ability for corporations to accumulate profits. Profits are simultaneously the strong part and the weak part of capitalism for the capitalists, because obviously a capitalist derives all his power from profits, but he depends on the labor of an entire working class to accumulate his profits. So we control the capitalist's ability to accumulate profits. We are not outnumbered, we are out-organized. Whole Foods itself is owned by Amazon, which is in turn owned by BlackRock. I mean, BlackRock is one of the largest shareholders. And remember, it's the large institutional investors that are really the owners of the corporation. It's the people that sit on the board of directors. Often it's 10 to 15 people. And the idea that 10 to 15 people can control vast resources that sustain thousands of different communities, millions of different people in some circumstances, certainly with a company like Amazon, that sort of system, you would agree, is necessarily unjust just by its makeup, just by the way that it's organized. You could understand that it's an unjust system, just like you could understand how slavery was an unjust system. Anytime you have a small minority of rich people that exploit a large majority of poor people, you can say that there is the absence of human rights present. The absence of human rights is present. So I think it's pretty easy to see. But yeah, going back to the economy and just finding where it's not necessarily the weakest links, because there are obviously certain aspects of the working class, certain groups in the working class that are more exploited than others. So sometimes they might be the overexploited might be the easiest to radicalize or easiest to organize for a strike. But what if they're not strategically that important? That's also something to consider. So the idea is that you want to go after not the weakest links, but the crucial links that are weakly protected. And a lot of times that has to do with the technology. Technology is also a choke point. Transportation is the transportation industry is itself a choke point. There's all kinds of different choke points, obviously, but think about in the case of Amazon, when you have shipments that are converging from around the country, or in some cases the world, and they're going to this one sortation center, and then they're from that one node, there's one output, like that node, that sortation center is the output, right? Like all these inputs come to converge on this one physical space. And if you can strike that one physical space effectively, then you can deal a blow. And that's important to think about, I think. And an Amazon distribution center is another example, because those are, as I understand it, those are different. Amazon distribution centers, Amazon sortation centers, that's just the center that sorts out where it's going. I mean, you can create all kinds of chaotic disruptions. And you could probably, I think you could think about what you do for the economy. How are you in this? What aspect do you serve in the supply chain? What groups of people or workers that you depend on, or that depend on you? If you were to, stop doing your job, or if, the aspect of your company, like the people around you as well, if you striked, basically is what I'm saying, what would happen?
What I saw was workers excited to be taking this step.
Alex, the Teamsters say Amazon won't recognize the workers' affiliation with the union. Amazon says the Teamsters are misleading the public since the Teamsters account for less than 1% of the company's workforce. What do you make of the war of words, and how do you ultimately see this resolving?
Yeah, so this comes down to something called the joint employer rule. So the National Labor Relations Board under Biden, led by General Counsel Jennifer Abruzzo, has been pretty aggressive as we've seen in decades, siding with workers. And this current NLRB has said Amazon, at least in one case, should count as a joint employer of these drivers. So for people who don't know, drivers at Amazon really are employed by a sort of contractor company. So they don't get their check signed by Amazon, right? You might get your package delivered by someone who's wearing an Amazon shirt, driving an Amazon branded van. They are not direct employees. Now, these workers and the Teamsters have been arguing that in every sense of the word, in the common sense understanding of who your boss is, who makes your schedule, who gets to discipline you, who determines all the conditions of your job, that's Amazon. And NLRB has been starting to side with them. So that is the argument here, that it is Amazon who should have to bargain with them, not these small contractors who really have no say anyway, who just do what Amazon tells them. Amazon, of course, disputes this. The last thing I would say here is Amazon also is refusing to bargain with those workers at JFK 8 that I mentioned, who are indisputably employees. Amazon doesn't argue that they aren't. They work in the warehouse. And so it's hard not to conclude that this is about Amazon wanting no one to stand in their way when the aim is making sky-high profits on the backs of, hundreds of thousands of members of the public.
You mentioned at the top of this interview, Alex, about the workers in the warehouses having knee problems and back problems and being treated like robots. And you wrote an article back in April of 2022, a piece titled "Working at Amazon's is hazardous to your health." Can you tell us what made these warehouses hazardous, and has anything changed since you wrote that piece?
From what I saw today, and I've talked to Amazon workers, both drivers and warehouse workers in the intervening years, and I talked to them all morning today, nothing has changed. It's rare for me to speak to an Amazon worker who hasn't been injured on the job. And again, these workers don't have health insurance. They have few, if any, benefits. That's one of the things they're really fighting for. That article I wrote was about a report from the data showing that Amazon has about twice the injury rate of comparable warehouses. So other warehouse workers, we know this is a tough job. It can be a dangerous job. Nonetheless, Amazon has doubled the rate of injury. And there's been really great investigative reporting showing that Amazon also uses its kind of internal clinics, its health clinics, to keep those numbers artificially low. So, where a nurse would normally report an injury to OSHA, Amazon sort of ensures and pressures them to just send the worker back to work, not only for the sake of getting them back on the floor, but also to keep those numbers low. So nothing from what I see has changed. And, the Senate's Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee recently also issued a report, echoing these numbers, this reporting. And the workers, as soon as you go to one of these picket lines, will just tell you straight up.
All right, Alex, we'll have to leave it there for now. Staff writer for Jacobin Alex Press, good of you to be with us. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Yes, Amazon is the devil. In fact, this is exactly what peer competitors have said about Amazon. And these peer competitors were no saints themselves. So for them to say, well, yeah, Amazon is the devil, I mean, that's saying a lot. That's high praise. But yeah, they are the worst. Absolutely. I mean, everything about them, we could go on and on. There's so many aspects there's so many ways that they fuck over customers, competitors, retailers, just the environment, the working class, all of it, all of the above. Okay, what are we going to watch next? Let's go back and check on Savvy Sabs. I want to hear about the Elon Musk shutdown.
Fix this issue. We need you to handle the border. Yeah, that's an issue. I mean, if you think of...
Wait, hang on. Actually, I want to... Yeah, this is this guy is really great. John Womack. I reference him a lot. He's very old. He's I think he talks pretty slow. It might be a little weird, but listen to his words here.
.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. As we turn now to the workers flexing power across the United States in what some are calling a hot labor summer. Actors in SAG-AFTRA have entered their 5th day on strike after the union joined tens of thousands of members of the Writers Guild of America in a
I don't think so, Jesse James, because there is no ethical consumption under capitalism.
strike. Meanwhile, the head of the Teamsters has asked the White House not to intervene if some 340,000 unionized UPS workers go on strike without a breakthrough on contract negotiations by the end of the month. This comes as workers at a Waffle House restaurant in Columbia, South Carolina, went on a 3-day strike over the weekend to protest low pay and unsafe working conditions they say the companies refuse to address.
I've been with the company 24 years. In this time, I'm only making $16 an hour. I've been through 2 robberies, and I've had guns in my face in 24 years. I definitely think they can do better than $16 an hour. I'm almost 47 with a herniated disc in my back. You think they're going to get me any mat or anything good to stand on back there on the concrete floor while they work me 17-hour shifts back to back? No. I think Waffle House Incorporated could do me better than that. I've blood, sweat, and tears for this company over the years. They could do a little bit better than what they've done. 24 years, that's why I'm out here striking today.
For more, we're joined by the legendary historian and labor organizer John Womack. One of the foremost historians of the Mexican Revolution, has also written extensively about labor, power, and strategy, which is the title of his new book. It's featured in The Nation in a piece headlined, "What Does It Take to Win a Strike?" When Womack was recognized by the Mexico City government for his work in 2009 as it marked the bicentennial of Mexican independence and of the Mexican Revolution, he passed on his award to the Electricians Union in support of their struggle. At the time, they'd been locked out by the Public Power Agency in Mexico City and surrounding states as they demanded better working conditions. The Washington Post once called John Womack a Marxist historian. He is Professor Emeritus of Latin American History and Economics at Harvard University, where he is joining us now. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Professor Womack. Why don't you lay out your arguments in this book and why, as a historian of the Mexican Revolution, for which you are world-renowned, you are now focusing on labor, power, and strategy?
Well, thank you for having me on the show. I should try to, I started out working on Mexico, Mexican history, and concentrate on the Mexican Revolution. And while doing some research on Mexico City during the Revolution, there were 3 general strikes in the city of then about 350,000. But crucial in them was the Electrical Workers Union. Then I thought, well, this is interesting. Where are they? And it turned there were various places in the city, but the main place was a power plant about 60 miles or so north of the city, and where there were only about 100 workers. But when they shut down the power plant, they shut down Mexico City. I thought, well, that's very interesting. And then further, there were major railroad strikes in the 1920s, and but crucial there was the machinist workers who were in the railroad shops. They weren't on the railroads, but they were in the shops maintaining the trains. And the telegraphers, the dispatchers. So there were 500 dispatchers across the country could shut down a railroad that employed 30,000. So I thought, this is very interesting, and I wonder where else is happening. And so from there, I looked at other industries, and then outside Mexico. And it happens anywhere that there is a technical division of labor on a small scale or on an industrial scale, where
I know, he's a little awkward, but the technical division of labor, that's another phrase that he says a lot.
Or at bottlenecks or choke points. Where if they if they stop work, lots of other workers have to stop work. And it's clearest in transportation, where quintessentially The crane operators in San Francisco or Los Angeles, they can tie up the whole supply chain. But it's not on railroads. The people at the sending messages are crucial. The trains have to run on time and quite on time, or they run into each other and there are derailments. And so that impressed me, but it goes much further. It's not only highly skilled people like crane operators or dispatchers, but the people in the warehouses. If they don't unload and load the freight, nothing moves. Things block up. It's choked there at the warehouse. That's how Hoffa built the Teamsters. It wasn't so much from the drivers. It was the people in the warehouses. But it goes further. It goes into services like healthcare or public schools. The big California school strike this past year had a major impact on California's budget, quite aside from the classrooms and everything. But it had a major impact on California's state system.
Okay, you guys don't like them, whatever. You should read them, though. Let's see. Apparently the House has avoided a government shutdown after all. Oh, thank God.
If the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
I love when they hit that gavel. Oh, it's just such release.
There we have it. It has been officially gavelled in. The Congress appears to have now had its breakthrough and be on a path to avoid a government shutdown this weekend. Julie, I had to intervene so we could hear that, but go ahead.
No, absolutely. As we said, it's not finished till the gavel strikes, and there you have it. So we'll see what the timing turns out to be in the Senate. But reminder, this passed under suspension. So not only did it need to get a majority, it had to get a 2/3 majority, and Democrats helped it over the finish line. Now, how did this happen? How did President-elect Trump be okay with the debt ceiling extension stripped from this provision? Well, a few Republican lawmakers told me that there was a handshake deal in the Republican conference meeting today where Speaker Johnson and House Republicans agreed that they would tackle the debt ceiling extension in the first reconciliation package under President Trump. So they would raise that by $1.5 trillion, and then in addition to that, go for $2.5 trillion in spending cuts. Now, some Republicans have good faith that this handshake deal will hold, but you have others like Representative Burchett, who called it a joke, saying that
I'm not streaming on Rumble because Restream is not compatible with Rumble. The moment that it is, though, I will.
It when he sees it, and so this kind of kicks the can down the road. But for now, Speaker Johnson does not have to worry until after the holidays. And with
Rumble is a Peter Thiel owned YouTube, basically.
Elon Musk seeming to support him, perhaps his power might not be quite as in jeopardy as it may have seemed 24 hours or so ago. Ari.
Julia, thank you, and thanks for your reporting. We've been leaning on all of our Capitol Hill journalists and colleagues. Juanita, I want to turn to you on the politics of this. I mentioned in our earlier coverage this week, there are usually off-ramps to these shutdowns. They usually get past them, and that certainly was the case finally tonight. But we also learned a few things along the way, and Elon Musk, I was mentioning just moments ago, he started the week.
They always talk about shutting down the government in December. It's always like it's like a little plot trope, a plot device, if you will. A broken record. There you go. Like, this just is scripted, man.
As a kind of a radical, and by Friday night, he didn't get the main thing he was demanding. There are literally dozens of tweets that show the record of what he said he wanted. And he's saying, hey, the status quo, current incumbent Republican politician running the House did it as well as he could given the situation. I'm wondering if we're watching on-the-job training, going from radical to incumbent political talking points pretty quick. And what does Elon have to show, I guess, for this week?
I feel like the only thing he has to show is that he's a South African billionaire who doesn't know anything about Congress or American politics. That's the headline here, Ari. He's backing off because he's starting to learn about the guardrails associated with him taking something from an idea that he posts about on the social media site that he purchased to actually affecting it as a plan and realizing that it's unrealistic and disconnected from reality in DC. He's going to run into that a lot,
Well, that's
Ari.
just Elon Musk's brand of doing business, you know, completely disconnected from reality, empty promises. And then he moves on to his next disaster. So this will be no different. It's worked for him thus far. Made him the richest person in human history. You know?
And I think that's something that I maybe will slow him down. I do think that is not going to stop him threatening congressional Republicans again and again and again. And let's be real, that's a strong arm tactic he saw Donald Trump deploy for years. And so I think this is a wake up call to them about who's in control. And I hope that the headlines about this bill passing that we just saw was brought to you by Democrats. That's the headline. And that's why I laughed a little bit when the reporter was talking about a handshake deal among Republicans when Republicans can't do anything without Democrats. They have no control here, even though they have a minuscule margin going into the next Congress. And with that in mind, I look to Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and I look to Democrats and I wonder how long they will hold the line, how long they will hold up these boundaries that they set this week as an example to a guardrail on what Republicans can and can't do, because Republicans cannot do anything in the next Congress or this one without Democrats.
Molly, can I ask you a simple question?
Sure.
Have we learned this week that writing legislation might be harder than writing tweets?
I mean, I already knew that, and maybe Elon knows that now as well. I think Juanita is right that this was a pretty pointless expenditure of political capital on Elon Musk's part. He accomplished basically a 3-day delay and had very little to show for it. This bill does not reduce spending from what would have been in the original bill. It may, in fact, be more expensive. Most of the top line items that were important to people, there are some bells and whistles that got dropped, but most of those big top line items are still in this bill, which is why the House Democrats and the White House, and it looks like the Senate Democrats have come around to support it. They did not get the one demand that President-elect Trump had. So he didn't get anything out of this delay either. All they got was a lot of aggravation, and I think a wake-up call for Republicans that, as Juanita said, it is not going to be easy for them to govern with the tiny margins that they have next year. And there is going to be a lot of this type of chaos, as there was during the first Trump presidency. I mean,
The thing about it is that the Democratic Party is not the opposition party to fascism. You know, I mean, they are the liberal enablers of fascism. And in some case, they're increasingly becoming more fascist. But, you know, it's like when the going gets tough, the tough get going. When it starts getting fascist, you got to pull even harder, you know, left. You actually have to have a real working class party. And we can't have that unless the economy is more democratic. And yeah, I think that's just what is the essential thing here. We need working class action in the economy. And I'm intrigued by Chris Small's Labor Party, the thing that he was talking about yesterday. And he posted about it, and I shared about it on my story. But, you know, I think about what he's done. He created Amazon's first labor union. It's not Amazon's, but, you know, it's the first labor union to grow out of Amazon. And now he's talking about a political party, you know, and it's like, that's the trajectory, you know, it's economy first, do something in the economy, and then, you know, material power buys political power. This is another thing from John Womack, okay? I know he's awkward to listen to, but if you read him, I swear, it's like listening to someone, or reading someone, rather, that has spent 60 plus years thinking about the labor movement. And like everything that he's writing down, or actually it was a transcripted interview, but it just seems like it's these cultivated, refined thoughts on the labor movement. And, you know, It's the economy. It goes back to the economy doing, material power. I think that's what I was trying to say. Material power buys what's known as associational power. I wonder if we asked Google, if we just typed in that phrase, associational power, what does Google come up with? Yeah, see, look, it's intrinsically linked with, socialist sort of idea, working class value, working class idea. It's funny that I'm surprised I even got this up from a Google search, but in recent years, scholars have used the concepts of structural and associational power to distinguish between the power derived from the worker's location in the economic system and the power resulting from workers' collective formation of collective organization. This article extends the notion of associational power to examine both worker and capitalist collective power. To do so, it compares how, since Chile's democratic restoration in 1990, Chilean workers and employers have organized in the Workers' Unitary Central and the Confederation of Production and Commerce. Then, through an analysis of a recent labor reform, the article shows how employers have been more successful in influencing the policy-making process than workers. Employers, okay, I see. The article argues that this disparity in the power to influence policymaking is the expression of a disparity of associational power. This is observed in the contrast between the CPC's ability to mobilize employers and forge class-wide solidarity and consensus, and the CUT's inability to overcome threats to working class unity derived from political and partisan cleavages. After reflecting on the factors that explain this disparity of associational power, the article suggests that 1, associational power must be understood as a capacity to organize and mobilize rather than a resource. Interesting. Associational power must be understood as a capacity, this article contends, not as a resource. I don't know, though. I mean, it's interesting to think about, and then you think it doesn't really matter. It's like, well, however you want to think about it. Associational power is key for advancing class interests. Only when associational power is strong can classes mobilize more effectively power resources such as partisan linkages. Number 3, the relationship between different types of power is complex. Some power resources, union party linkages, can become detrimental for the construction of associational power if they increase intra-class divisions. And 4, studying working class power requires analyzing how it shapes and is shaped by employer power. In the book, John Womack contends that material power buys associational power, and it's never really the other way around. And then he gets challenged by other writers that he's basically called on to like rebuke him, and like, so here he has one other like writer comrade that offers a critique of the things that he says. In his thesis, he challenges John Womack's thesis that material power alone gets you associational power, and that is where it all begins and ends, basically. So it's from Jack Metzgar, who I don't know, but I'll read a little bit of it and see if maybe it's good. And it's directly relevant to what is happening right now, and that's why I like it, because there's like Amazon striking right now. There's a lot of labor actions going on, especially the past few years. Oops. Okay. I wish I could just throw up the words, but I can't. John Womack's insistent focus on finding strategic worker positions within webs of production, whether an entire economy or a single workplace, is well taken, and his vast knowledge of different work processes in different countries at different periods fruitfully illustrates the complexity of the kind of ongoing systems analysis he calls for in union organizing. But he is too given to posing either-ors, where there are dialectics, and this causes him to miss the impracticality of focusing strictly on strategic positions that can upend capitalist power relations. This comes out clearly in his dismissal of associational power as secondary and derivative of structural power. So I guess, I say material power. I'm sure he says it too, but he also says structural power. And so, like I say, John Womack contends that structural power is the origin of associational power. And if you don't have structural power, basically, you cannot achieve associational power. Associational power is secondary and derivative. So this writer is challenging him. Associational power is about solidarity among workers and with the broader public and the willingness to act in association to change circumstances, whether you have structural power or not. So he's saying associational power is really just about class solidarity or working class solidarity. For Womack, only material power in action, the force of leverage over production, moving great weight against profit, can lead workers in hope and courage to associate and go forward. So associational power is basically the hope and the courage to associate. Appealing to popular morality or indignation. I kind of thought of associational power as being social and political capital and not economic capital necessarily. Like, basically like a union is like material power. But if a union does a strike action and it works and it that will buy them political capital. They'll have other organizations will want to associate because of the success that they had with their strike action or whatever action that they took. You can think of the Houthis when they imposed a partial blockade on commercial ships entering the Red Sea as a protest for the Gaza genocide committed by Israel. They were able to, the success of that partial blockade bought them associational power. In other words, their social and political capital grew. They were, given more resources by Iran. They were, their recruitment got higher. Everybody wanted to join the Houthis now because of their material power over the economy that they demonstrated. They hurt Israel's ability to accumulate profits, and also the West, obviously. They are also all out of fucks, which I deeply respect. And I've always thought that when I heard how they were like trying to stoke the United States, like draw them into a direct conflict, because for too long they were being bombed by American manufactured but Saudi-owned jets, All right, so popular morality, appealing to popular morality. Okay. So this greatly underestimates the importance of solidarity. So I guess this guy is trying to say that solidarity is associational power. I don't think of it as necessarily as solidarity, but I can kind of see what he's saying. In both non-strategic and strategic positions, first, workers often have the hope and courage to associate and go forward even when they might have little chance of affecting change. Are union organizers supposed to warn such workers against this folly or attempt to direct their hope and courage in the most fruitful direction possible in a given situation? That's a hard choice many organizers must make, not one that has a ready answer related to how strategic a group of workers happens to be. When people are ready to move, to challenge authority and present their grievances, they need to carefully assess the potential risks and benefits of such action, but they cannot be counseled to simply give up because they are not strategic. Besides, no organizer is wise enough to know when sheer associational power can win something important to workers, how this might spur future organizing to build even stronger associational power, and then where that additional power might lead. Womack cites the 1919 steel strike as an instance where the lead organizer, William Z. Foster, had a clear-headed sense of the steel industry's strategic position immediately after World War I. But that strike was lost when thousands did not strike, and then when thousands crossed their own picket lines. Steel workers in 1919 had numerous divisions among them, most importantly by skill and by race and ethnicity. They had insufficient associational power to take advantage of their structural power and strategic position. Womack is right to see how associational power can derive from structural power, but it doesn't always, and certainly not automatically. And when it doesn't, even the most strategic position cannot hold. When asked about recent teachers' strikes in West Virginia and Oklahoma, Womack seems to give central importance to associational power, that culture of resistance and rebellion bred into children and grandchildren steeped in organizing to fight for their causes. He does note that teachers have a special socially strategic position because they can disrupt the social lives of every family with children in the state. The experience of the Chicago Teachers Union, for example, who struck again in 2019, suggests that careful attention to building associational power with parents is crucial to winning teachers' strikes. That power to disrupt families is a double-edged sword that cuts against teachers when parents are either hostile or indifferent. Chicago teachers got good raises, but they struck on issues of class size, increased wraparound services, and even affordable housing that were important to parents as well as teachers. Even in Womack's account of teachers, it looks like it was associational power that built teachers' strategic position and not the other way around. Strategic position is as important as Womack claims, but is not the only important thing. Non-strategic workers like those in retail and personal care need to organize and form unions too. Non-strategic workers already in unions, like hotel and restaurant workers, need to organize themselves to win better wages and conditions, and so they can organize others. Unions always have limited resources, especially now, and that's why they need to focus their organizing, as Womack argues, on workers in strategic positions that can win power, not only for themselves, but for other workers and for the working class as a whole. But all forms of organizing are about building associational power, solidarity, the power of numbers in organized collective action. Associational power is necessary and not derivative. To turn technically strategic positions into powerful economic and political levers that can bend capital to the popular will. Okay, I want to see what exactly Womack says in response to that. Because he rebuts them all. He's like, yes, I've heard you all, and I am telling you you're wrong again. So he says, reflections on 10 comradely responses to his interview. This is John Womack's rebuttal to everything that we just read, basically. First, my gratitude for all the rich organizing experience refined into all the intelligence, insight, and wisdom in these comradely responses. It is harder to be a comrade than a friend, different from being a brother or a sister. Comrades don't go easy on one another. They can't. They know the stakes are too high. They take you at your word. They don't quit on you. They make you do better. They keep you sharp. I'm grateful for the comradely encouragement, questions, and criticism. Second, I need to explain better why I have focused on the hired working class's industrial and technical power, and why I think this kind of power is, strictly speaking, the radical critical power in modern capitalism. Here is a try. Human work is the source of all humanly produced value. In capitalism, the value hired workers produce working the means of production that capitalists control all goes to the capitalists, who pay this class of workers enough to reproduce its capacity for orderly work tomorrow and as calculably needed in the future. And they keep all the rest, the surplus over orderly production and reproduction. This surplus value the capitalists dispose, according to their class's interest, hugely over the last 40-odd years through finance, in part for their businesses old and new, but increasingly until definitively now not in production, but in financial speculation. The purer and simpler, the better. They speculate on surplus value in gigantic swindles, which both plunder working-class savings and lay claim on future working-class income through lifelong working-class debt, briskly exchanged for profit in their financial markets. This is the new twist to capitalism, its new layer, more profitable than production to ever fewer, ever bigger capitalists. Systemically now, capitalists pump all the surplus value they can now not into the extraction of new surplus value, but into a great cold financial brain, insatiably quivering for the emptiest debt to sell as high and fast as it can, gambling the hired working class's surplus value in markets, ideally of infinite risk. Nevertheless, the critical point: without work producing value, there is no surplus value. Capitalist capital lives on the hired working class's surplus value. Cut work for it, cut production for it, local up to systemic, and you cut off that much of the value it needs, its lifeblood, its oxygen. And if the cut is systemic for long, you put that cold, calculating brain into shock. I know you know this system of exploitation probably better than I do. And you get my strategic point, whether you agree with it or not. Capital will not surrender any of the surplus value that it takes for profits from investment or gambling, unless the hired working class forces the surrender however it can. But I need to explain better, too, why I insist only on industrially and technically strategic power. I can give two reasons. One is only circumstantial. The other is analytical, as logical as I can make it. Why, from the very nature of the working class in capitalism, I think this kind of power, The other is analytical, as logical as I can make it. Why, from the very nature of the working class in capitalism, I think this kind of power, industrial and technical, power over production, the power to produce or strike production, is the working class's specific, essential, radical, critical power. Boom! Love that. The working class's specific, essential, radical, critical power is the power to produce or strike production. Okay? That'll be on the final exam, so please mark that down. As for the circumstantial, why so mulish? I think it's mulish. As for the circumstantial, why so mulish about that one point? It befell me to work as an academic historian, 1965 to 2009. Academic labor history in the 1970s veered from the older generation doing institutions, unions, to the younger generation excited about the power of the people, mass action, every protest, every strike, every local, rural rebellion. The start, it seemed, of the inevitable, natural, epic, revolutionary struggle of all the oppressed to overthrow oppressive authority. Its patron saint was E.P. Thompson, whose English working class, I recall, was pre-industrial and did not take into account Irish workers. Since then, to date, with remarkable exceptions, which I emphasized in the book I Can't Get Published in English, this has been the dominant, most popular theme in U.S., Canadian, and Mexican labor history, social history. But in 1973, during doing research in Mexico City on the great general strikes there in 1916, I saw the Electrical Workers Union deliberately using its industrial power to make the strike severely dangerous to capitalists' favorite Mexican revolutionaries then. The strikes involved masses of working people, mostly without organization, the city's wretchedly poor and starving, but importantly also unions of sweatshop, retail, and restaurant workers. But without the electrical workers' industrial strategic action to cut the city's power, these masses would have fast fallen into food riots, which capital's revolutionary army would have crushed. The strike led by electrical workers failed, too. The army caught the strike committee in its hideout and court-martialed it. But the industrial force of the strike moved capital's revolutionary politicians to include recognition of the right to unionize and strike in Mexico's new Constitution, 1917. I could not get this kind of power out of my mind, and when I later studied the great Mexican railroad strikes of the 1920s, I found it again in the Mexican Machinists' Union. I wanted to explain it. I rediscovered Dunlop and wondered who besides him had seen the kind of power that he saw, and thanks to him I thought I could understand. I went back to read in all the languages I could read through all the social science and history of labor since 1850, many business and labor publications too, right up into the 2000s to find other conceptions, academic or in actual class struggles, of this kind of power. It was fascinating reading, for I found plenty to confirm my argument, but as I developed the argument, my fellow labor historians would not hear of it. I decided on a polemic against their social labor history, deliberately to provoke a debate with them, to clarify the differences between my argument and their assumptions. The polemic fizzled in an indignant muddle on the other side. Anyway, the argument and all the substance I could find and give it then went into the book published in Mexico in 2007. Conceived as a polemic, the argument here still has a polemical edge and is provocative. Oh, he's admitting that he's being provocative when he says it's only strategic when it comes to structural power. This is especially why I'm grateful to you, comrades, Peter, Glenn, the 10 others here, for taking it seriously, questioning it, making a comradely dialectical debate where I hope we will all, in more light and perspective, see all the points that matter to our common concern to end the exploitation and oppression of the working class people. The logical reason for pulling toward that special strategic point, strictly, specifically, the power of the hired working class, as such is its power at its work. The power to work or not to work, not only in particular places, companies, and industries, but also in the necessary connection across places, companies, and industries. The power to connect or disconnect different technologies and industries, to deliver surplus value or stop delivery. This specifically working class power concentrates at the material conditions and the connections in production between one technologically defined place to another in a company, likewise between technologically different companies in an industry, likewise between technologically different industries in an economy, national or global. Economists used to call it the division of labor, not gendered or racial divisions, but different productive divisions. Now it's the supply chain. But it is therefore also the cooperation of labor, the connection of labor's divisions in production, the supply-demand chain. Whether you like it or not, this structure, this concentration, the positions at these connections together are materially the case. This is strictly speaking, specifically, solely the working class's power in capitalism, the only power it alone has. As such, technical and industrial, material fucking power. I need to make clear here explicitly in the word technological, the meaning I had obscured in the word technical. I did not mean technical, which I took from Dunlop in a sense he did not mean, that is, the new sense of tech, high tech, the technology of electronics. This would make my argument useless except for high tech. Absolutely not my intention. I meant technical in Dunlop's sense. The old broad sense of tools, different kinds of them for different work, multiple technologies, different kinds of physical science, different kinds of engineering, mechanical, chemical, civil, electrical, nuclear, now electronic, etc., practically applied in particular detail and connected into particular conditions and combinations for the production of similar or different goods and services. Any workplace, company, industry is a combination of technologies. Consider how many different technologies it takes in combination to produce coal or steel or oil, transport it, build bridges or cars, run airports, power plants, mega retail, a packing plant, a hospital, a university, an office park, even one office. Consider how many it takes just to make high-tech or biotech go, including the technologies for HVAC. Technical power, as I mean it, is the power to use the technological connections between different operations and different departments in any working complex. Use them for production or break the connections and stop production. Industrial power, as I mean it, is the power to use or break the connections between different industries, effective on the economy at large. Both powers are material power, technical having microeconomic effects, industrial having macro effects. But back to the logic of my mulishness on this point. In any working complex and between complexes, between industries in the material supply-demand chain, the connections are many. And as connections, joints, or links, couplings, connectors, interfaces, hinges, seams, or valves, things made to go precisely between things made, they need due maintenance or periodic replacement to keep them properly tight and the load on them right, for them to function properly for production, which includes transportation. Without maintenance, they will all on their own wear out, burn out, or break. Then they are bottlenecks, choke points, too much incoming, nothing outgoing, no intermediate or final product. But if the workers at the connection break it, not physically, but open or close it, prevent the transmission of products, including information, they too force a jam and avoid a shutdown. Here is the technically industrially strategic key. Not skills, but positions. The material connections vary in importance by how much work depends on them. Work on the incoming side and work on the outgoing side. How much interruption on both sides a break in the connection makes, how much work it stops, and how quickly. The more work a break stops, the faster the work stops, the more strategic that position is. Whoever can break the connection that can stop the most work the fastest, however they do it, whether they have technical skills, has technically the most strategic power, and if this stoppage spreads into an industry, it is industrially strategic power. It took no technical skill to flip a mill's main drive belt off weave room line shafts, forcefully keep it off, to stop at once not only all the looms, but also quickly the precedent spinning, carding, drawing, slubbing, winding, warping, sizing, and looming work, and soon as well the finishing work. It took no technical skill to capture the dies at Fisher Body No. 1 and forcefully guard them, critical ground gained in the great GM strike 1936 to 1937. It is not the skill, but the position that you take, hold, and use that matters. If you have comrades at work with you, you do not need techies to know how and who could take and hold the Walmart Myraloma docks, take and hold the LA Long Beach cranes. For working class control of these hugely strategic links in the United States capital's productive supply-demand chain. This is why I concentrate not on the workplace or the point of production or sites of struggle, but on connected points, networks, complexes of struggle, connections, networks, and complexes that capital itself organizes and where it hires people to work. If you focus only on particular sites, you see often heroic struggles there. But on their own, they typically in time weaken and fall apart, turn from epic to tragic. After 65 years studying them, the last 55 years professionally, I cannot see any natural power in them to stay strong for long where they are or to spread to other sites. They make history, but as local memorials, not as operational bases from which the struggle advanced to connect with other bases for new fronts in the struggle. It takes organization, conscious, deliberate, enduring connections with other sites, none of which comes naturally, for coordinated, purposeful growth into class struggle. The question then is how you organize from a site to a combination of sites to class struggle. By struggle, I mean you fight to win, however long it fucking takes. Win for good. The most famous successful examples are the Russian and Chinese revolutions. What are the lessons they leave us on this question, if any? Both revolutions came from working people in Russia and China. Then by far mostly peasants, already in civil struggles on their own against exploitation and oppression. It may look like peasants means never applicable to the USA. But if you think of peasants not by where they work, out in the country, but how they produce value and lose it as workers at their own or rented means of production or only borrowed means to use, losing not on wages but in trade, it is not too stretchy to compare them with the U.S. self-employed gigsters. I feel attacked. Contingents, and all the others who are maybe hired but paid like indebted peons. Hey. I'm not a peon. I don't like when he talks about me like that. But streamer, I hear you say. He didn't mention you specifically. Oh, but he did. Okay. Two working classes, the hired and the daily trade-driven, or two kinds of working class, question mark. Call them all together working people. On this account, we would now have maybe 40 million peasants, a quarter of U.S. working people. The comparison, much harder to figure, is between the pre-revolutionary civil struggles in Russia and China and the U.S. civil struggles now. By the time the revolutionaries moved to take power in Russia in 1917 and China in 1945, these struggles were already on a tremendous scale in their extent, force, and violence, incomparable with civil struggles ever yet known in the USA. Global wars, World War I in Russia, wrecking the Tsarist Empire, and World War II in China, wrecking its bourgeois republic, had made the struggles there multitudinous, tumultuous, terrific masses of people on their own, overthrowing private and public powers for their own justice. But it is significant that they were typically in particular sites, multitudes of them, inspiring each other, yet each intent on its own struggle for particular factories, particular land. They were multitudinous local revolts. Anxious Bolsheviks in 1917 asked Lenin about the party's program for peasants' land reform. He told them, as I remember reading, "Don't worry about that now, because all those soldiers, country boys quitting the war, deserting, coming home, they and their fathers are taking the land themselves." In China in 1926 to 1927, Mao turned to the thousands of local peasant revolts in the interior provinces then. Even so, though these particularistic Russian and Chinese popular insurgencies were incomparably mightier than U.S. sites and struggle ever have been, a look at how revolutionaries there organized them into massive revolutionary socialist movements may be instructive for organizing popular struggles here now, at least into a powerful working people's movement. Where did Lenin start organizing his revolution in 1917? Among thousands of popular struggles in Russia then, Lenin concentrated on none involving peasants, whom, for the time being, he left basically to DIY, but on two industrial struggles. The two most strategic in Russia then, both hard to win because of conflicts with reformists. One, in Petrograd, to control the port the shipyards, and the arsenals. 2. On the railroads for communication and transportation into the interior, to supply coal for the trains and food for the cities, and to move the Red Army against counter-revolutionary armies. Both struggles the Bolsheviks won. Without these bases, they could not have gained extensive popular support and made their revolution. Where did Mao start organizing his revolution in 1927? Among thousands of peasant revolts in China then, his own party wrecked, he had no choice but a hard place, not where most revolts were, but in the mountains, where he organized a small, revolutionary armed force. As it gradually took over neighboring revolts, it organized, disciplined, and armed them, connected them with revolutionary forces in other provinces, and by redistributing land where it could to poor peasants, gained strong support from them, made a Chinese Red Army. Fighting as it had to do, as guerrillas, and taking no strategic positions, it hardly survived 10 years of civil war with Western capital's nationalist army. Only thanks to Japan's invasion of China in 1937 and in subordinate alliance with the nationalist army could Mao bring his army onto broad offensives. Still, it could fight only a protracted war of maneuver, of which, however, it made the best. Take no big strategic positions to hold, exhaust the enemy in his positions meanwhile by serving the poor. Organize them for support, until your armed forces encircle the enemy and can overwhelm him. He falls apart and retreats, and your civil forces take the territory he abandons. So the Red Army had gained much ground and vast popular support in North China by 1945, though still no major strategic positions. Only when it received from the Soviet Army in Manchuria immense bounties of surrendered Japanese weaponry did it begin regular campaigns to take and hold industrially strategic positions, especially strategic rail towns, coal districts, ports, then major industrial cities, until, as the People's Liberation Army, it smashed capital's nationalist army, and with immense support from China's working people, took revolutionary command of all China's mainland in 1949. The situation in the USA is now, to put it mildly, not propitious for these kinds of struggle. For all their distance from us, however, I think we can still draw from them many lessons about strategy and principle, since after all the principles are not new. Figure in cold blood what the present circumstances of power around you are, what you want, how much you can win, how much you can risk, how much you can use the circumstances to your advantage, like an ancient Greek general, where the best field is, when the best time for your forces to fight to win, and fight not only tactically, but operationally for your objectives. Nevertheless, from the Russian and Chinese examples, from other specifically working people's struggles too, great and small, I would draw another modern lesson. In capitalism, working people cannot win for good, anything valuable, if they do not break for good capital's access to it, which means using technical and industrial power in production to take and hold it for working people for their good. The dialectic deserves a whole book, many books, but let me try in a paragraph to explain how I understand it. Any dialectic has to start on a particular point where we can take to be true while knowing it is only part of the truth. I start on the modern working class as the class capital hires for its profit to work on its means of production. The working class is the class it is fundamentally and precisely because it does this work. But this is not all that it does, the fundamental part, but only a part of all that makes it the working class. Workers not only work, live on capital's wages and capital's technological industrial relations with one another. They live also in other contexts, not as identities, but in other human relations, emotional relations, in all the ways they can and will. These relations, in the USA especially, racial, ethnic, and gendered relations are their daily life, the daily living school in which they learn prejudice and may learn to grow out of it, learn greed, friendship, and trust, despair, and hope in themselves and in others, and may together learn class. This living school is the only school in which they can learn class. From the elementary truth of their work, the dialectic is therefore now moving, its course turning in social, political, legal, religious conditions into association. This is a derivative, as I understand it, not a dismissal but a development, as in chemistry or math, a new function dependent on the elementary truth, logically subsequent, subordinate to it, but a new part of the truth, together with work a larger truth, much more complicated, much richer, and truer. From all the relations in this new expanded truth, some may organize as they see it, as they see themselves as workers and unions, parties for their power. This is another derivative, a new development into a bigger truth. And in yet a new development, some may organize and fight for their vision of working class power. No prior truth loses its truth, and the new turns. All roll into every new truth to make the bigger new truth. The working class as actually lived is not a stark set of economic and material relations. It is a continuously shifting complex of various kinds of relations, stewing in its economic, material, social, political, religious divisions, never united, never fixed, always concretely in formation. In the USA, its most divisive torment is white racism against black, brown, and Asian. Everywhere the class suffers from the divisions male chauvinism breeds. But there is another dialectic, that of the hired working classes, half-siblings and step-siblings. The daily trade driven at work, U.S. peasants. Where does their dialectic start? How does it develop? To my mind, this is among the hardest working class questions to answer. To understand, not answer, or answer. Because these workers work in daily erratic relations and are continually coming into the hired class, though now they are continually much more leaving it, as capital expels them from it to work for capital on their own account. I will not even try to open any light here on a question so thickly complicated. I remark only that I think it is among the hired working class's most important strategic questions, as Lenin and Mao saw it was regarding their peasants. How can the hired working class anyway, its class-conscious organizations, earn the support of these supposedly... Damn, this is long. Okay, I feel like I'm boring you guys. Yeah! Read the room, asshole. All right, I'm sorry. It was kind of long, and it was a little long-winded, as it were. But some of it was pretty good. Anyway, now that everybody is sleeping, we're going to turn this baby into an ASMR stream now. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for being here on YouTube and on Twitch. Guys, just in case you were wondering, the government is not going to shut down. Don't worry. The big boys are in charge. The adults are talking, and they're in the room. And things are going to be fine. Fine. Okay? Just have a nice Christmas. Ooh, this might be good.
From the Financial Times. The scooter would not have seemed out of place, parked outside an apartment block in Moscow, where the electronic two-wheelers are a regular mode of transport for many of the Russian capital's 13 million residents. But this one, a key element of an elaborate and lethal operation, carried an explosive device fixed with between 100 and 300 grams of TNT, according to Russian investigators. Citing people reportedly familiar with the attack, the bomb-laden scooter was placed near a Moscow metro station by a covert operative under orders from Ukraine's Brazen State Security Service, the SBU. The bomb was detonated before dawn as Lieutenant General Igor Krylov, the head of Russia's radioactive, chemical, and biological defense forces, came out of the building with his assistant. The blast killed both men. Interestingly enough, the Security Service of Ukraine, Ukrainian acronym SBU, is a direct descendant of the KGB, same as the Federal Security Service, Russian acronym FSB, the SBU's Russian counterpart. The Financial Times summarized SBU activities. Operating behind enemy lines, these agencies have targeted military officials and politicians, sabotaged energy infrastructure and railway systems, and used hybrid warfare tactics, including cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns, to sow chaos within each other's borders. Since Moscow's full-scale invasion in 2022, it has attacked Russia's Crimea Bridge and has destroyed much of its Black Sea fleet with naval drones. They've reportedly planted moles and cracked Russian communications. Since 2014, they've reportedly killed several—
I wonder if Crimea has a river. And then wouldn't it be a Crimea... Did you just take my joke? Crimea River. You know what I mean? The Crimea River is the Crimea River.
separatist leaders
you want
in Donetsk and Luhansk. The Financial Times write that the SBU is effective due to its massive size. After gaining independence in 1991, Ukraine has inherited essentially their own branch of the KGB. The SBU inherited many of the KGB's structures, resources, and responsibilities, and it did not downsize. With more than 30,000 employees and even more off-the-books operatives, the SBU is nearly as large as the FBI, with its 35,000 agents. It is more than 7 times the size of the UK's domestic security service, MI5, and more than 4 times the size of Israel's Mossad. The Financial Times write that Western nations have previously urged Ukraine to reform its security agency, though they've since changed their tune and strengthened intelligence sharing. The agency has developed especially close to—
How is that? Oh. You can take a selfie and create your own AI self. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna make my own AI selfie, guys. It's still calculating. Oh my God, I look really good. Look at me. Look at that. I know. But damn. Wow, dude, look at that. Those high cheekbones. No, I'm not. But I could be. All right, we're going live on TikTok. Are you guys ready? We're officially live on TikTok. It's gonna be great. You finally are here, and you know, it's Christmas time, and remember that TikTok is amazing, and we do nothing to offend the TikTok gods. Everything that TikTok has ever done is whole and just. All right, let's go. We're going to 100K. 100K likes on the stream. We're at what? You already started?
Come on,
Let's get it going. Why is that funny though? 100K? I think we could do that. What's up, comrade? Hello, Carlos. Hello, Tanya, Nick, Haha, Yasmin, Amir, what's up? Hello, Nick, again. Nick, you're laughing at me now? Nick's laughing at me. Everyone? Hi, Tanya. Thank you, Max. What's up, everybody? I just came to say hello. And I love you. There, I said it. Hello, Edwin. Aw, nature and love. Thank you. I'm your favorite? Wow. Max says that I'm his favorite content creator. What? I can't believe I'm anybody's favorite. That's still just so nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, you guys are so nice to me. Wow. I've never gotten so much love on TikTok. Usually it's not so nice. Mario or Luigi? I say both of them. I'm still waiting for Mario to step up because I feel like Luigi's been pulling the weight around here, you know? Now we need to, it's like, you know, they're always together. It's like, where's Mario at? You know, and I hear about how Elon Musk is still alive, by the way. And I'm just like, where is Mario? Where's Mario when we need him? How can you send a video suggestion? You can't do that on YouTube, unfortunately. They block every link that you share. I want to see the whole cast. I want to see all of them too. I want to see Princess Toadstool. Or I'm sorry, Princess Peach. That's who it is. It's a me. Luigi was like, told that CEO like, you've mamaed your last Mia. Not New Orleans anymore. I'm in Los Angeles now. For how long? I don't know. At least a few more weeks. We'll see where this life takes us. He said paisan. Oh wait, we can't say that's a bad word, huh? I don't want to say any bad words on TikTok. That's no good. If John was on the jury, he would definitely wear a mustache and overalls. What do you guys think is going to happen? Because it seems like they are going for some grand old trumped up charge of T-wordism, and that just seems excessive, you know? And I love how it exposes the double standard in American society. You know, and a lot of people are making really great content exposing this too. You know, think about people that pew schools. When are they ever charged with T-wordism? Yeah. When are they ever sentenced to D-word? You know? It's just a complete, utter double standard, and you know, I like to say it's everywhere. It's everywhere you look, you'll see the contradictions in capitalism, in American society. There are two sets of rules. You know how they say justice is a two-tiered system. There's a separate rules for the rich as for the poor, and you see it playing out. It's so blatant. You know, it's so blatant nowadays. And you know, more so than maybe it's also has to do with my own political awakening, but as well, I feel like there's never been a time in my life where it's been so pronounced. And indeed, you know, you have people that are soaring to ever new heights. You know, we have Elon Musk is now worth close to $500 billion. Nobody's ever been that rich. I mean, it's never been a time where you could say that 3 people own more wealth and power than 150 million people, or that something like 10 people have more wealth and power than the bottom half of the world population. I mean, we have reached such an excess. All the themes are playing out at zenith, is how I like to think about it. They've been going on, you know, for so long in the background, but now it's really, they've dialed it up, and it's like for people to not be on a side at this point, or for people to still be apologizing for the system as it is, is pretty gross, considering everything that's going on. And it would have been gross 20 years ago. Think about it now. I just think it's gotten so much worse. And but I'm happy. I'm still I'm not happy, but I'm emboldened by the amount of working class actions and strikes, for instance, taking place. And I've been following the Amazon labor union strikes, how they're teaming up with the Teamsters. They've got the backing of the Teamsters, one of the largest unions in the United States. And, we know that a lot of imperceptible quantitative changes is what it takes before a qualitative change is produced. I don't do any more of the Hangover movies. I got tired of it. It just felt like old hat to me. I made a bunch of money doing that. It was all well and good, but that's in the past, okay? So I don't act anymore. I'm all about class conscious content, and trying to educate. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was the role of a lifetime, obviously. And I obviously don't see you guys liking the stream enough, and that's a problem, okay? Remember that your role here in checking into this live stream is to shower me with A, compliments, and B, gifts. And you're all supposed to obviously like a lot of the stream, just do it, just keep those thumbs going, okay? What's up? Thank you, Red Like China. Welcome in. What's up, Big Bucks McGee? Thank you for the love. You guys are so nice. Thank you. So yeah. But yeah, love you, Rathbone, question mark? You don't know? Are you still trying to figure that out? That puts me in a weird position. Now I feel awkward. Am I worried about a TikTok ban? I don't worry about that. No, it was okay. It was supposed to be an exclamation point. Okay. Phew. I thought so. I was concerned for a second. Do I know Jonah Hill? Yeah. I actually had dinner with him last night. He sends his love. Thank you, Bernie. What's up, Ace? Pan-Africanism is the future, baby. How am I? I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. I'm doing better than, a lot of people on Earth. So I've got to be very thankful. How are we going to get rid of healthcare insurance? That is a good question. It's a good question. I think we need to exact material power over the economy as workers. I think class-conscious actions, working class actions, are the only thing that can change anything around here. Okay? Did I meet Norm Macdonald? Yes, he's my uncle. What are you talking about? Of course. Thank you, Umar. Thank you for all the gifts. Thank you, Ace. You're the title gifter of the stream. Keep it up. Keep at it. You guys are doing great. You're really making me feel the love, and I appreciate that. No war but class war. Yeah, you right. That's another thing we got to focus on. I just did a virtual town hall with Chris Smalls. It was amazing with a lot of other great people, which, Yvette Baker, Nick Lapara, a few others, but also, a huge honor, okay, is all I can say, because I've been following Chris Small's career, if you could call it that. I mean, the waves that he's been making for the working class, I've been following that story, and very inspired by him, and yeah, I mean, it was just we got to talk about the general strike, the importance of striking, and you know, I've been trying to get people to quit their jobs for years, especially through my content, and people make fun of me because I say, just quit your job, okay? Just quit your job. And I know it's kind of silly to say that, you know, it's silly. I'm making a TikTok video and people made fun of me for saying everybody should just quit their job. But, you know, that's literally a strike though. You know what I mean? When you know, it's not that I'm telling, and in the video, I'm basically telling people that if all people quit their jobs at the same time, obviously I'm just calling for a strike. It's nothing new, but that would be, you know, transformative. And I also just, you know, I've also quit my job. I've quit a corporate job before, you know, and I've quit a full-time corporate job. And, you know, I've been a gig worker for so many years and trying to, you know, make ends meet through, you know, playing music and teaching and et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, I know what it's like to walk away from a salary, and you know, it's not like I'm obviously, I don't have children, I don't have family like that. I have to, you know, I have dependents like that. Thank you, Comrade Batty, for all the gifts. And so, you know, it's not like I know everybody's individual capacity, or just, you know, I can uncritically say that everybody just needs to quit their jobs and blah 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 blah. But I think everybody has a capacity to not, you know, lend your consent to your exploitation, okay? In so many words, there's things that you can do, and you know, it might not be quit your job tomorrow, but you know, maybe it could be that you you know, start talking to your coworkers, or you join a union, or you just become more class conscious in what you do, you know, whatever it is, whatever your job is. And remember that the most essential thing in our society is what you do for the economy. You know, that's the most important, think about it. When you meet someone for the first time, what is the first question you get asked? And what is the first question that you ask? What is it? What is the first question we ask any stranger when we want to get to know them? Can somebody tell me in either chats right now? What do you do? That's right. What do you do? And you could finish the question with, what do you do for a living? What do you do means, what do you do for the economy? That's implied, right? Well, how do you meet your material needs? How do you get your material needs met? And that is why we understand that, you know, our relationship to the economy is essential. That's because, you know, whether we know it or not, that's what we project, and that's what we live by. So, you know, it's the economy that is crucial. And I'm really trying to get people to understand that, you know, it's you can't have a political democracy without an economic democracy. And structural power comes from our workers' ability to produce or not produce, to work or to strike. We make the economy go. We can affect the ability for the capitalists to accumulate profits. We can inhibit that, right? So, thank you, Rose is lit up, and thank you, Spin Doctor. Thank you so much. Ace. All right. I love all these gifts. And look, we just went over 10K on the stream. I mean, that's healthy. That's nice. Let's get some more people. Share it. Share the link. Share the stream. Let people know this is a positive place and a place of loving and acceptance. And we love you, okay? And live, laugh, love is what I have embroidered on all my throw pillows in my living room. I love life, and I laugh. Did I get banned? I did. I did get banned. But I'm all better now, so we're not going to talk about that because that's a dark past experience that has no bearing on our reality today, okay? Yes, that's right. You moved into a van. Wow, that sounds rough. God bless you, because if you're living in a van, I mean, and I know a lot of people, you're not the first person to tell me that you're living out of your car, I mean, that seems to be a growing trend in late stage capitalism in the United States. We have something like 75% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And that same study that was done in 2021 was 60%. So it's the conditions of the working class are continuing to erode. It is only a matter of time before these imperceptible and incalculable quantitative changes that have been happening below the surface of society will erupt into a qualitative shift that transcends our political economy. I truly believe that. I think that history bears this out repeatedly. And I also know, logically speaking, that capitalism is an unsustainable system, and it doesn't take a genius to realize that a system based on the principle of infinite accumulation in a world of finite resources is a death cult, okay? It's a death cult, and we're headed for disaster. So we have to rise, and that's what's going to happen. I don't subscribe to that style of thinking, Sam. I think if everybody thought like that, then we wouldn't have abolished slavery. We wouldn't have abolished the monarchy. We wouldn't have advanced civil rights and civil liberties. There would be no social movements, successful social movements. So, no, I reject your apathetic doomerism, and I will not give credence to that kind of thinking. Okay? That's right. Let's get me to 20K. Remember that this stream is going to the moon. Am I going to mention the banks? I mean, what do you want to know? Let's talk about it. Are you going to mention it? Who's going to talk? Are you going to talk? Let's talk about the banks. Wow. Thank you so much, Ace. Title gifter. You're still soaring in the atmosphere, in the stratosphere, because you are outpacing all other gifters in the stream, putting them all to shame. Okay? Everyone else is an embarrassment besides Ace. And Comrade Batty, of course. Well, we knew that. When will he mention potatoes? Somebody says. That's crazy, because that's you're right. I mean, every stream I always mention potatoes, and I hadn't done that yet. So that's wild. Free Israel from the world map. It's kind of funny. It's just what I do. We own some get money shit here, baby. That's right. Doge, baby. Crypto to the top. Department of Government Efficiency. I hope y'all didn't sell your NVIDIA stock options, though. No, of course not. We're holding strong. Holden Caulfield. Thank you, Andy. Thank you for your illuminating comment of Hawk Tua. Really great stuff. Thank you for furthering the conversation. Hello, Scottish socialist. Are you from Scotland? That's pretty cool. I've never been to Scotland. You gotta blame the British who allowed the Nakba. Well, yeah. I mean, the British Empire is created the Zionist movement's wet dream. Also, Rathbone, I've wondered if you have any thoughts on climate change. Well, of course. That's another, I mean, that's an existential threat. That's the one of the two existential threats that face the human race. The other is nuclear winter. But, yeah. Climate change is a consequence of capitalism. And, I don't know. What do you want to know about it? I mean, it's all bad. There's definitely people that can speak on it better than I can. Yep, the Arctic is melting. The Beaufort Sea is melting. And we're already in some irreversible... I'm trying so hard not to curse. The effects of climate change are already irreversible. Like, we've already entered the point of no return, you know? It's just a matter of, like, how bad it's going to get. My opinions on Donald Trump, he's another agent of corporate class warfare. You know? Yeah, please don't curse. Okay, I won't. You're right. I shouldn't do that. 30K, baby. That's right, Mean Asia. Did you change your name? I know. We just watched on stream, we watched Bernie Sanders talk about, he issued a statement to the American people about how irresponsible Elon Musk is in enforcing this government shutdown. And, he's basically singling out this event like, how preposterous. Can you believe this is the billionaires are taking over and that we're in an oligarchy? And it's like, yeah. Yes, this is Alan from Hangover. Thank you, Venomous. Are you new here? We just got through talking about this, okay? Oligarchy. It's the combination of garlic and olive oil. You get an oligarchy. That's the second time I told this joke, and you still haven't laughed. Nobody's laughed. I guess it's not a good joke. I should just give it up. Opinions on Assad's fall. I think it's a bad situation made worse. I mean, my opinion is that look at what Israel, the United States, and Turkey are doing to Syria. It's a win for imperialism. It's a win for the West. And at least the short term, that's what I see. The billionaires. Yes. But he's just, Bernie is just explaining, capitalism as if it's a bug in the system. It's as if all these things, look at how much worse it's going to get. It's like, Bernie, it's already worse, Well, I didn't say Assad was an angel, did I? And I will leave that for the Syrian people to decide. I didn't live under Assad's rule. I'm telling you from the vantage point of the principal contradiction that is present in the world today, which is U.S. imperialism versus indigenous nationalism in the global South. I think that the fall of Assad is materially amounting to a win for the advancement of U.S. interests and destabilization in the Middle East. And I think that is borne out by what is happening as you see Israel creating a new buffer zone, invading more land in the Golan Heights, Turkey carving out the top part of Syria for itself, the United States which already owns a third of all Syrian territory, now moving in to establish more control over the oil reserves. So it's a bad look, okay? You know, I'm sorry, but there's no moral purity that we can hang or that we can attribute to the opposition to imperialism. And there's no moral purity to be attributed to imperialism. So let's leave our ideals at the dinner table, at the kids' table, okay? We don't live in an ideal world. The opposition to imperialism is not some ideal entity, but we live with the material reality. And I think what has happened to Syria is really bad, and it's gotten worse. Yeah, what if it was just imperialist light? It's like diet imperialism. Would that be okay? That would be a win, right? Crypto yacht parties soon. Yes. Yes, Ace. Are you inviting me? You better invite me. I'll be there. I'm always happy when there's a strike going on too, I have to tell you. I have to tell you, it's a good day. It's a good day. I'm the life of the party. Thank you. You can't forget the life of the party, obviously. That'd be me. I'm such a party animal, you have no idea. I love to party. I'm the biggest party goer. I should be at a rave right now. What am I doing? I'm late. I really like the music and the dancing. And the unts, unts, unts. You partied once? That's pretty cool, Johan. That's really cool, man. You sound like a cool dude, bruh. I wish, you know, the union, all the unions were a little more ruffian, if you catch my drift, okay? The Boots and Cats. I don't get it. I think of Puss in Boots. You know that character? There's a cat in boots. Our society has become a little soft. Well, you don't say, Linda. All these woke cultural Marxists, of course, invading our institutions, trying to misgender me. Boots and Cats is how you practice beatboxing. Boots and cats and boots and cats and... Oh, I get it now. Thank you, Cherry. Cherry Babe for the win. That's right. The woke mind virus is real, folks. Sam says I actually look right-wing. I didn't know that a right-wing has a look, but okay. That sounds like a speculative values-based judgment. And you're going by vibes. And that's cool. Actually, I've never really been told that. Most people say that I look left-wing because I've got long hair. They are a menace to our society as a whole because we are a whole LOI. I don't know what that means. Citizens United, really? I know, I'm a spitting image of Ben Shapiro, for sure. Interacting definitely helps the algo. Liking, sending me all of your money. Also, sending all the crypto that you have. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Free Palestine, for joining the team. Number 94 with a bullet. Oh, overturned Citizens United was already taken. Okay. Okay, sure. Sure thing. Hi, Kate and Coda. Welcome in, both of you. Hello, Hannah. Hey, David, thank you for liking the live. Mrs. Huff, thank you so much for liking the live. And thank you to somebody else. I couldn't see it. That's right. We're here. It's a secret society. I have completely neglected my YouTube and Twitch chat, by the way. TikTok, you should be grateful of that. Look at that. A steady stream of hearts just liking the stream. That's so nice. I do not have a hippie look. I don't like hippies. Okay. I really dislike hippies. You feel like you haven't seen my videos in forever. It's probably true because I'm shadow banned, baby. Big time. And banned outright, okay? And it's tough. It's been tough to try to keep this thing going, you know? But thank you, Mrs. Huff, for sharing the live. Thank you, Lunarsk. I don't know if I'm killing it, but I thank you for that. Eric Cartman hates hippies too. Yeah. Thank you, Johan, for the crypto. I appreciate that. You know, this is why, you know what, Twitch and YouTube, this is why we have to go to TikTok, because you guys don't send me subs and gifts, you know, except for some of you. I'm not saying some of you don't, but it's really just, it's the lack of respect for me. You just did? Oh, okay, Cherry, thank you. I'm sorry. See, I knew I was gonna screw up, but thank you, Cherry Babe Bomb. Thank you for the subbies. Oops. Oh shit. Remember, we can't curse on TikTok. That's a big no-no. We're only here to thank you, Cherry. Jennifer, you're broke? Get out. Get out. Brokey. We got a brokey in our midst. Turn and face the wall. Okay, we got to 30K. What are we talking about tonight? We're, you know, there's no set agenda. I was talking about the Amazon strikes. I was talking about Luigi Mangione a little bit. That's right. I only accept the 1% in chat. That's true. Luigi is innocent. I think so. I think you're right. Even if he's guilty. If loving Luigi is wrong, I don't want to be right. I know, and I love how everything they try and do to paint this guy like a villain, he just like becomes more lovable. That's what is pretty funny to me. Like they paraded him down that pier like he was Hannibal Lecter. It only invigorated me, folks. What you laughing at? What comment? The comment that says I'm morally depraved? Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's true. It's very true. It does fit me. Because if there's one thing about me that you should know, I'm morally depraved. Yeah, they were saying it's for his own safety. Yeah, right. I didn't see a bulletproof vest on him, did you? Dibnit says cry about it, Tim. I don't know. Are you crying about it? Can you cry harder a little bit? By the way, I'm not stressed. Do I seem stressed? Does anybody else think I'm stressed right now? What about me screams stressed? By the way, Tim, we might have to block these people that just to make sure, because they will totally take every advantage of. They have to, they have to be a troll. Thank you, ex-wage slave. I appreciate that, and congratulations from getting out of the rat race. Okay. My general vibe, my face, and my voice makes you think that I'm stressed. I'm the most chill person, okay? I'm the most chill dude. I mean, wouldn't you guys say? I mean, I am a political agitator, but that comes with the territory. That doesn't mean that I'm stressed. I love when people are like, you're always complaining. Like, why are you, and you're like, oh, you're triggered. It's like, I'm trying to communicate, agitate, the language of agitation and frustration and urgency. So, and also when I would do streams, when I would do live streams where I'm talking about GAZA, and I would get a lot of ZIOs, and they would be like, oh, you're so pressed. Like, they would like laugh because I was like mad. Which, it's like, yeah, you should be upset that there are people being SLAUGHTERED with your money and in your name. You know what I mean? How dare we complain about... Yeah, exactly, Sam. I'm a messenger. Well, we all are messengers to some extent, I mean, I'm just communicating things that made me think. That's it. People educated me, and then I wanted to take that knowledge and then make someone feel the way that I had been made to feel. That's all that is. Nothing that I say is new. Nothing that I say is original. And that's the point, is that I'm speaking about commonalities. I'm speaking about common ideas. I'm speaking about class values, principles. None of this stuff is new. It's been thought about ad nauseum. All the problems of the world have already been hashed out and theoretically solved. We have just not been privy to that information because we live in a class-based society and the people at the top don't want us to know these things. So that's the things that we learn. We are indoctrinated with the cultural ideas of capitalism, It's really not, they've really just stolen those ideas because that's what capitalists do. They steal everything. Not only have they stolen land, resources, labor, they steal ideas. Not only have they colonized land, resources, labor, they've colonized ideas, colonized our brains. So we tend to associate all the good things about the working class, about labor, about society with capitalism itself. But that capitalism is none of those things. Capitalism is literally just a system of ownership. It's just a way of organizing what we've always had, which is the surplus value created by workers, among other things. All these spontaneous connections, all these associations that occur within a society have nothing to do with capitalism, but capitalism has usurped them or taken ownership of them, privatized them, and made profit off of them. And it's literally a parasitic relationship, So I find it funny when people say, well, how would communism work? Well, I think if you want to understand how communism would work, let's understand how capitalism works. You know, let's rectify what we have now, which is an exploitative, parasitic political economy. And removing the parasites is how communism works. It's just, you know, as Comrade Batty says, the only thing you can't do in communism is exploit people. We're just removing that parasitic relationship. It's like if we didn't have landlords, would we still have housing? Well, yeah, because landlords don't provide housing. You know, architects, engineers, carpenters, maintenance workers, contractors provide housing. But it has nothing to do with landlord. I mean, even the term landlord is exploitative. A lord of the land? Really? How do we accept that? Like, how is that? I mean, if you're in the ruling class, why would you try to pump that word to the public? Like, that's just, you know, you're telling on yourself at that point. Call it something else. Call them butterflies. Don't call them landlords. Pretty soon, the public's going to catch on to what you're doing. It's all a grift, okay? That's the thing. It's a scam economy. You're being scammed. Whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, you cannot escape that fact. And the way I've tried to live my life is just to try not to be scammed as much. Like, recognize that I am going to be scammed no matter what, but where I can claw back some of that scam, take back some of that value, I'm going to do that. And that's true within firms, within capitalist firms and within businesses themselves. There's always, between owners and workers, there's always that tug and what is the pull and push sort of struggle, the tug of war. That's what I was looking for. There's always a tug of war battle going on between capital and labor. Capitalists are always trying to take the surplus value from laborers. Laborers are always trying to figure out ways to take it back. Everybody's fighting for the surplus value. But there's only one class of people that actually creates the surplus value. So morally speaking, capitalism has no leg to stand on because it's literally violating that principle of you should get the fruits of your labor. That's a principle, right? Workers, people that work are entitled to the fruits of their labor. Well, that's not true in capitalism. In fact, it's the opposite. It's people that don't work that are entitled to the fruits of your labor. And lo and behold, when you hear that, you immediately think of socialism, right? Because it's like capitalists have told you that socialists are the ones that are lazy, that want to live off the government dole. That's not true. Capitalists live off the government dole. They live off the public. They are vampiric, vulturistic, parasitic class of people. So, that's all that struggle between capital and labor is always happening. And, think about, a technological company. Let me think about this for a second. Within like, to take an example of one particular corporation, like it could be Apple. They're always trying to steal the surplus value away from their workers, and at times corporations like Apple have to update their system or they have to update their infrastructure because workers have caught on to what they're doing and have found ways to skirt the system, or think about Amazon. Like, they're always trying to wreak out more time from their workers, every second counts. They're forcing their workers to go pee in bottles because they're more efficient that way. A trip to the bathroom is like, oh, Blake went to the bathroom. He's been gone for 15 minutes. Well, looks like we're going to have to dock his pay, They're monitoring you, the surveillance of it all. I mean, that's another way of keep making sure that you're getting the surplus value, the most out of the worker, while giving them the least, And that meme, it was made like hundreds of years ago, or not hundreds of years, but 100 years ago practically. that meme of the capitalist squishing the worker, and it's like a, what do you call those things that just smash you from the top and the bottom? The bottom, it says low wages, and the top says like high cost or inflation, right? So they're making it more, everything costs more, and they're paying you less, and it's just squeezing everything they can out of you, and that is capitalism. Did I see the rich old man making fun of us? I have not, but I mean that's capitalism for you too. And they're blatantly open about it all. You know, they're you can pull up Warren Buffett and what's his name, Charles Munger, who's dead now. Thank God, rest in peace, rest in piss. They're basically saying the reason the capitalism works is because, it requires young, able-bodied people to work, and if they don't, they are due a fair amount of misery. That's what makes the system work. That's literally Charlie Munger. That's his quote for why capitalism works. And they'll every now and then they'll tell you exactly what they're doing. There's always mask-off moments. It's very much in your face. Free enterprise is communism. Free enterprise is socialism. Free enterprise, I mean, anything with free next to it, I automatically grow suspicious. Like free enterprise, I think free market. I think these terms are capitalist coded. So I don't know what you mean by that. Communism is zero currency. Communism technically is just a classless, stateless society. It's the abolition of class and state. It's the abolition of private property. Remember, Marx said that the idea behind communism could be summed up in 3 words: abolition, abolish private property. I was going to say abolition of private property, but that's 4. It was abolish private property. So once you abolish private property, you necessarily abolish class, because the way that class is sustained is through private property. It's the privatization of land and resources. And when you abolish class, you no longer need the state, because remember, the state's main function is to preserve class antagonism. That's the reason the state exists, is for one class to commandeer and funnel through all of its interests and the preservation of its own power. So a certain class uses the state to suppress other aspects, other groups, other parts of the population, or in this case, the working class. That's right, that's private property and not personal property. It's an important distinction. I think, we've all heard growing up in the United States about how communism is when they're going to make you live in bunk beds and everyone gets the same, and you got to share toothbrushes, and everybody is equally poor, is basically what they say, which is funny because everyone is equally poor in capitalism. Capitalism thrives on poverty. But there's a lot of straw men arguments made for the promotion of capitalism and the negation of communism. And all I want to say is that a better world is possible. I don't think I'm a crazy person to think that. And I think also that if you do believe that human nature is greedy and selfishness, then why on earth would you support a political economy that mandates greed, that reinforces and rewards sociopathy? So, look, if you're yawning, C, here's the thing about C's comment. He leaves a bunch of laugh emojis and yawn emojis. But what you're really communicating there is that you're a passive-aggressive troll, because you don't know how to express yourself with words and articulate your point when you are confronted with ideas that are antithetical to your thinking, but you don't know how to counter them. So all you have to do is do the typical ZIO response, which is just to say nuh-uh, and make a fool out of yourself, because you can't rise to that level of actually articulating ideas. So you have to make passive aggressive emojis as your response. And that's really a big tell on your behavior, okay? Because you can't contend with what I'm saying. Thank you, TDR. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gifts, Comrade Batty and Ace. And, oh, look, Tiny Balls left a turd. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Tiny Balls. I'm a fan of your work. You're doing great. You're crushing it out there. I would mute and then also block. I would just, anybody that gives weird vibes, we just can't risk it at this point. We got to block any of the trolls, anyone that says anything. Let them have their second so where I can react to it. That's cool. But then block those people, because it's just not worth it. Okay, because then I'll get a strike or something. They'll keep mass reporting me, because they let's be honest, these people have no lives. Okay, you must be pretty comfortable in your own life, or uninspired, or both, to where you have the time to go and troll people's live streams. That's like an awfully privileged take right there, to a use of your time. And it probably means that you are vibrating at a frequency that's really low. You probably have no real self-love or self-esteem. You don't think really highly of yourself. So what you do is you project that onto other social situations, okay? Because that's all you see. That's all you think about in your own mind. That's what you project, okay? But we, as critical thinkers, we don't vibrate at that frequency. We're higher up. We're vibrating at a better frequency that's more constructive, more productive. Thank you for the Elvis thing gift. Appreciate that, Tongan Tarot. So it's a weak vibration. And it doesn't really do anything. Spiritual wrath. Yeah, that's right. All in one sentence. Jagex. Thank you, OR. OR has small brain, not his fault. Ate too many Fruit Loops. Thank you, Ace. You're crushing it with the gifts. I really appreciate that. Everyone just start their own business. Look, if you don't like capitalism, fine. Okay? You have a problem with being exploited? Oh, look, I get so triggered when they... No, nobody did, but every now and then, because the live is so long, TikTok will make me solve a little puzzle to keep it going, because they want to make sure that I don't know, maybe they think I'm AI or something. Like this isn't real. I forgot what I was talking about. Damn, it was really good too. I heard his little ego. I know that. I think they're gone now. Which we should. Yeah, the CAPTCHA. That's right. Can you build iPhones in communism? The short answer is yes. The long answer is that the question presumes that in capitalism you make iPhones. And I disagree with that premise. I don't believe that capitalism has anything to do with the creation of the iPhone. I think if it wasn't for socialist style organization of the economy, there would be no iPhone. And without labor, there would be no iPhone. Without labor, there would be no society. So it's really just like, without labor, can capitalism, is there a society without labor? Well, of course not. In Marxism, we use Android. Well, look, it's a whole argument that I've gone over extensively on my page, but this whole idea is that, you know, the meme is capitalism is when iPhone, and think I've thoroughly dismantled it, as has, you know, other people, before me. I think it's a straw man argument, but I just say that, oh, well, in communism, can we create the iPhone? Well, you're supposing that in capitalism, you're supposing that capitalism had anything to do with the creation of the iPhone. And we have to remind people that capitalism is literally just a system of private ownership of public resources. So it's immoral. It's illegitimate, just based on that fact alone. Capitalism is the private ownership of public resources. Socialism is the public ownership of public resources. What sounds more just to you? You have come to believe that a private investor class of a selective, privileged few up in the top echelons of the population are the only ones that can create our society, are the only ones responsible for innovation and progression. And it's not true. It's, in fact, the opposite is true. A job is a form of slavery. I would contend that too. People think I'm crazy for saying that. Wage slavery is a form of slavery. Yes, I do believe that to be true, and it is now, yes. Yeah, iPhones are built in non-capitalist countries. We just send them the blueprint. I mean, and even the blueprint was, socially funded. The innovations, as I've said in previous videos, the innovations created to make the iPhone were all publicly funded in government labs, research developed, innovated in government labs with government scientists and engineers. And the grift is that when that innovation became marketable, it was transferred. The property rights of the intellectual property rights of that innovation was patented, copyrighted, and transferred to private ownership, who then marketed it back to the public who paid for it in the first place. Now, if we have anything resembling a capitalist economy, doesn't it make sense that the people that invested in something, when that something became profitable, those people that invested in it would see a return on their investment, otherwise known as an ROI? Well, yes, you would say. That is capitalistic, right? But that's not what happens in capitalism. In capitalism, the public that funded the innovations developed in the technology industry are given to private corporations. And so we are double charged for the thing that we made possible in the first place. How ridiculous. Am I right? Who thinks I'm wrong here? Who thinks I'm wrong? We shouldn't be paying for internet. We created the internet. Shkavova says I'm wrong, but doesn't offer any counter. No one, people that say that I'm wrong don't really have an argument normally. Or if they do, it's a straw man. But it's a typical ZIO or argument where they just say, nuh-uh, you're wrong. Sky Daddy said so in the Miracle Book. Thank you. Conversation over. We are the Choded Pee Hole, and this is our poopy land. Nuh-uh. Go home. Yeah, I'd love to hear the argument. I really would, Shkavova. But they're probably just a Trevova troll. Capitalism is an economic system where private individuals and organizations own and control, yes, public resources, land, and labor. Yes. You know, it's just a way of organizing an economy. That's all it is. There's only, in our class-based society where you have owners and workers, currently today, there are only two ways where you can organize an economy. You can organize an economy where the majority controls the minority of owners, or you can have the minority of owners controlling the majority of workers. So if you're a worker, it makes sense that you should believe that the majority should have ownership over the means of production and the value that the working class creates. But if you don't, if you're a capitalist, I would understand that you would want the owners to take charge. But if you're not a capitalist and you're simping for capitalists and capitalism, then I think that you are confused. Exploiters and the exploited, yes. My favorite Karl Marx quote. I really like labor is the eternal nature-imposed necessity for sustaining life. I like that one. I remember that one. Or that, oh yeah, that's a good one. If you don't represent yourself, you will be represented. Now that's pretty good. In other words, these decisions aren't going away just because you decide not to think about them. In other words, just because the capitalist wants to deregulate, make government small, doesn't mean that the decisions or the problems go away. It just means that they're transferred away from the government into the hands of private individuals named capitalists, Free enterprise is freedom. Well, that is big if true. That is big if true. I mean, you can say that, and you could sound like Milton Friedman, but that doesn't mean that it's true. Like, people say free market is freedom. Well, what is the free market? Is the free market in the room with us now? Is the free enterprise in the room with us right now? What can we do to kick the woke out of their comfort while they are all afraid to miss work? It's a question that keeps me up at night, I'll be honest. But I think there's a lot of working class actions going on right now. You see workers striking at Starbucks. You see them striking at Amazon. There's a lot of vitriol fomenting in the working class right now. People are upset. We speak to the material conditions of people. We don't focus on cultural divisions. Those are ancillary and less important. Not to say that they don't exist, just saying that they are less important, and a lot of the division is caused by the class war in and of itself. So we need to focus on what our socioeconomic conditions are. Remember that everything is defined, your entire identity is defined primarily by your relationship to the economy, to the productive forces in society. And that influences everything you think about what is possible in society. It determines your values, okay? And, I think we need to educate more people to this, okay? That's not fighting capitalism. Well, I think striking is a working class action that is fighting capitalism. It's definitely fighting capitalism. When you like, you know, think about what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea. You know, affecting the capitalists' ability to accumulate profits is fighting capitalism. Because what is capitalism? It's the accumulation of private profits by private individuals. And fighting capitalism is literally, you can fight capitalism by doing nothing. You can literally just stop working, and that will be fighting capitalism, because capitalism requires your labor. So if you don't give your labor, then you are fighting capitalism. You know, it's the one crucial strategic power that we have over the economy, is that we are the producers. So I would disagree. I think strike actions are fighting capitalism, and we need more labor institutions. We need more, you know, you need institutions to fight institutions. You cannot fight them on an individual basis. You know, I think that seems pretty logical. We need strong labor institutions, whether they're unions or universities, et cetera, or workers' councils or worker-owned businesses. But there needs to be a more working class actions that are exacting power over the economy, structural power over the economy. That's right. Go Amazon workers. I just think it stems from the economy. It starts with the economy. You know, the economy influences everything. So if we have an economic democracy, we stand a chance of having a political democracy. But we can't have a political democracy without an economic democracy. Right now, capitalism is a fascist economy. It requires fascism in the economy. And fascism, what? Yeah. Do I want to stop? Yeah. Fascism doesn't mean gas chambers. It's a specific hierarchy, a way of organizing resources. Okay? The corporate hierarchy is fascistic by nature. There's a few at the top that make all the decisions for all the plebes at the bottom. That's inherently unjust. Okay? So thank you for hanging out with me. I'm going to sign off there. I feel like we really connected, okay? I could see it in your eyes, like you were, yeah. So I feel like this was a good time we shared. And I want to thank you all for sharing your gifts with me. And, you know, I hope you, wherever you may find yourself out in the world, that you're having a good time. Have a good day, night, morning, etc. Thank you, Angelica, ex-wage slave. And everybody else out there, okay? Whether you agree with what I'm saying or not, thank you for giving me your time. And thank you, Landlord Forever. Thank you. Although I disagree with your position, but I thank you for your gifts. Oh, look at that. Comrade Batty firing out so many gifts, just like one after the other, rapid fire. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I will. The check's in the mail, by the way. I'll. Thank you, David. All right, guys. I love you. Okay, I've got to go. Your mom just called me, so I have to go talk to her for a little bit. So thank you, guys. I'll see you next time. Appreciate you. Bye for now. Love to all. Okay, well, that went pretty well, I think. Okay. I said my piece. My piece I give you. And I got some good clips out of that? Cool. Well, I hope so. You wrote some notes. We would love to see what you wrote down, okay? We're still waiting on your synopsisizes. So don't forget to join the Discord. And tonight, at some point, or maybe tomorrow, I'll be sharing with you some clips from the town hall that we did with Chris Smalls. So that'll be the next thing you can expect from me. And hey, look, Saeed showed up. What's up, Saeed? TikTok is bad? You didn't like that? What did you think? Were you here for that? Did you see what was happening? You were super excited to submit. That's right. Submit to me. All right? Submit because I am your overlord. And yes, you shall submit. And that's how it goes. You gotta look through the comment from the last 5 minutes. Oh, okay. I will. You were here the last 10 minutes, so yeah, I was just preaching, speaking the gospel of socialism. TikTok's pretty fun in that regard, like it's just a different sort of beast when it comes to live streaming. And I can usually get more people to like come on in there. I mean, there was about 100 people at one point, and then it went down to like 60, and it was hovering like 50 to 60. And you always get some trolls. I mean, we're always good for some trolls that just want to be silly, ghoulish pieces of shit. But it makes it for a fun experience, I think. You gotta love a good troll sometimes, That's right. Well, you don't say.
To stop for a pedestrian at a crosswalk. And in a recent study, some 90% of drivers did.
Interesting. Okay. So now what? Well, Twitch stream is like we get the inside scoop. People saying woke always makes me laugh, yeah. I know, it's always like a little dog whistle. I'm like, are you a maggot? It's also people that talk about critical race theory is kind of cringe as well. They invented some, like, isn't that like a right-wing invented term? Critical race theory? It's like, no, it's just called history, you dumbass. Yeah, so don't forget to remember to join the Discord as well. I will shill that out right now. Or at least I thought I was. It won't let me. Well, I just realized you couldn't see the my situation here. Wow. Okay, there it is. All right. I'm gonna take a break because I've been speaking for just rapid fire for nonstop talking, nonstop. Yeah, it's been a yap fest basically is what I'm trying to say. So I'm gonna pause for worthy cause. I want to thank you all for being here, and we'll see you all again very, very soon. Okay. So don't forget. And wait, what did I want to say? I wanted to say that yeah, the Chris Smalls thing. I'm gonna be sharing that tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna be sharing the virtual town hall that we did. If you weren't there, I would like for you to just know about that, because we have an anonymous gifter. Why don't I ever see it? I know, it's a Labor Party. I know, that's, I don't know if I'm getting on this phone, if I'm getting updated. Did Dennis just leave a comment? But yeah, I'm really excited about, that's right, Hassan's poop sock. You better thank Conquer. Can't believe Hassan's poop sock made it again. Yeah, I will. I'm going to share it. Thank you for being encouraging about that. Chris was talking about a Labor Party that he's starting, and I'm intrigued to learn more. I hope to really help the people there at General Strike for Resignation. But I will be sharing that tomorrow, the clips of it. So stay tuned for that. What else? All right. What are we going to eat for dinner? Does anybody know? What are y'all having for dinner? A chapter of the Socialist Rifle. The Associates left to form the Red Rifle. Taco Bell? Damn, actually the Cantina chicken taco sounds delicious right now. Beef. It's what's for dinner. Spicy chicken sandwich. That sounds delicious. I don't know. Our food. You made yourself linguine? Sounds pretty gross. That's cool. Frozen Italian food. And you have a wife, do you, Pitchfork? Well, that's really reassuring, because I thought for sure you were going to die alone. We're just vibing at this point, yeah. Really, you know what it is I feel like the chat is just fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it, chat. It's like every time, you know? It's really weird. Wait, we got 50 subs? What? 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, we got 50 subs. How did I not notice? Did we get Oogie Boogied? Again? Wow. Wow, and nobody told me. Nobody told me. You know what? This is why I don't... That's right, Jesse James. Thanks a lot, Jesse James. Where were you when I needed you to tell me these things? You've got to clue me in, okay? This is your fault. You guys mimed it? Look, I just don't appreciate the pretentiousness that you guys... Oh shit, I'm sorry, I was muted. And see, that's another thing. It's like I get muted and then you guys don't even tell me that I'm muted. So I just go on and on and on, spitting hot fire, you know, educating the masses, shaking those asses, and then I don't get, you know, clued into what is actually happening. And, you know, the stream goes hard on mute, though. That's insulting, Adrian. Okay, I don't like that. You know what? Get this thing out of here. I am not giggling. Sometimes I have an autoimmune reaction that I can't control, and I have this. It's a medical condition. Okay, so you wouldn't understand. What? I'm saying a whole lot of nothing. Really? Is that really? What does that say about you? Have you ever thought of that? What does it say that you stay here thinking that I'm just saying a whole lot of nothing? Yeah, maybe the mic did go on strike. Maybe that's what happened. Yeah, I do have a PhD in Japanomics. Actually, it's Japanese. I only speak Japanese. It's your mom, okay? That's what it all, that's why I do this, all right? Out of respect for her, because clearly the respect has been denied on your part, and that is just... I was muted. See, you guys didn't even say anything. You guys didn't even say a goddamn thing about it, all right? How can I trust you? Pitchfork was the only one that told me that I was muted and literally single-handedly saved the stream. So thank you, Pitchfork, I guess. But the rest of you, you just made it into my little black book. Okay? Wow, Cherry. You thought that I wasn't going to see that. Talk shit about him while he not looking. There it is, plain as day. And you're my moderator. That's what's really upsetting. All those moms, even Santa said it's impossible, but you know what? Santa was a fucking lush, okay? Santa is a charlatan compared to me. Because I make the rounds. Yes, Iggy, I was muted. And the chat didn't even tell me, save one. Okay, what are we doing here?
Except for those driving luxury cars, like this BMW. They were almost as likely to run the intersection as wait for the person to cross the street.
Drivers of those BMWs, those Porsches, those Mercedes were anywhere from 3 to 4 times more likely to break the law than drivers of less expensive, low-status cars.
In a country more and more polarized by inequality, UCal Berkeley's Paul Piff led a series of startling studies showing an apparent link between wealth and, well, unseemly behavior.
Oh, by the way, there's candy there. It's actually for children for another study, but you're welcome to take a few pieces if you want to. Okay. Thank you.
That's the script an experimenter recited to every subject. And the results?
Wealthier participants took 2 times as much candy from children as did poor participants.
Another experiment tested honesty in reporting dice scores when cash was on the line.
People all the way at the top who made $150,000, $200,000 a year were actually cheating 4 times as much as someone all the way at the bottom who made under $15,000 a year just to win credits for a $50 cash prize.
So, experimental evidence that rich people are more likely to break the law while driving, help themselves to candy meant for children, cheat in a game of chance.
I love I mean, that can't be real. The lady on the TV, where the way she takes the peppermint candy. I mean, come on, she's like putting it, shove it into her pocket, and they're talking about taking it away from kids. It's just kind of funny.
More likely to break the law while driving, help themselves to candy meant for children, cheat in a game of chance. Also, to lie during negotiations and endorse unethical behavior, including stealing at work.
You can gain the world and lose your soul, all right? That's what the Miracle Book says.
Academic paper that resulted made headlines everywhere. The Wall Street Journal article leading with the question, ready the pitchfork?
I think it's because poor people understand what it's like to be poor. So there's empathy there.
It is very clear that this study of social class touched a nerve.
Psychology professor Dacher Keltner is Paul Piff's boss and co-author.
We publish these studies in relatively obscure scientific journals, and literally the next day we're getting hundreds of emails from around the world, and a lot quite hostile.
I've gotten a lot of vitriol and hate mail from people calling me out for junk science and having a liberal agenda.
Hey, but wait, didn't those who complained have a point? That the research was done at a famously, some might say infamously, liberal university.
Hey, they're in Berkeley. What other results did you expect them to get?
I regularly hear the Berkeley idiot scientist who's finding what they expect to find. Let me tell you, we did not expect to find this. Our findings apply to both liberals and conservatives. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're wealthy, you're more likely to show these patterns of results.
Results consistent across 30 studies he's run.
It's not left and right, it's up and down.
Thousands of people all over the United States. So what is it about wealth that might make people behave differently?
What are we doing here? We're playing a game of Monopoly that's rigged.
This game is typical of another kind of experiment Piff likes to run.
Sounds like capitalism.
Instead of studying actual rich people, Piff gets subjects to feel rich in the lab. The designated Monopoly money bags starts with a few legs up. $2,000 versus the poor man's $1,000. An upscale playing piece, the rolls, versus an old shoe. The right to toss 2 dice instead of just 1.
2, I've got snake eyes. I'm on a
meaning I assign the role of rich person, get an extra turn.
but I roll again because I've got...
Yep, because you rolled doubles.
6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's Tennessee Avenue, and of course I'll buy that.
Meanwhile, poor Paul Piff.
I only get to roll one die, and as it says here, when I pass go, I collect a lower salary. I collect $100.
Here's your one die.
Great, thanks so much.
Yeah, sure.
I can't roll doubles. I don't get opportunities to move very far along the board.
Piff has run this experiment with hundreds of people on the Berkeley campus. The rich players are determined randomly by coin toss, the game rigged so they cannot lose. And yet, says Piff, despite their presumably liberal bent going in,
when we asked them afterwards, how much do you feel like you deserved to win the game? The rich people felt entitled. They felt like they deserved to win the game. And that's a really incredible insight into what the mind does to make sense of advantage or disadvantage.
So even though a subject like myself is just play acting,
you consistently find that I begin to attribute success to myself, even though it's a coin flip that got me on this side of the board as opposed to that.
You, like a real rich person, start to attribute success to your own individual skills and talents, and you become less attuned to all of the other things that contributed to you being in the position that you're in.
He just described Elon Musk to a T.
How's the American dream achieved?
Piff is part of a team headed by Dacher Keltner that studies the psychological effects of both absolute and relative poverty and wealth.
We can also ask, do people believe in this dream?
What they're studying is economic inequality, which, as our viewers probably know, is as high as it's been in almost a century in this country.
There are new data coming out on a daily basis from top laboratories showing no matter how you look at it, the effects of inequality are pernicious upon things like bullying on school playgrounds, the quality of your physical health, how you handle disease.
What's somewhat surprising, says Keltner, is that even the haves suffer.
One of the things that Wealth and Money does is it comes with a set of values and if you want a deeper ideology, and one of them is generosity is for suckers, right? And it's greed is good. But it turns out there are a lot of new data that show if you're generous and charitable and altruistic, you'll live longer, you'll feel more fulfilled, you'll feel more expressive of who you are as a person, you probably will feel more control and freedom in your life.
Of course there are...
Thank you, Dogfather. Good night to you out in Liverpool, England. And thank you for watching all night long. That's what we like to hear.
Plenty of wildly generous rich folks. Just look at the growing list of billionaires who've pledged to give the bulk of their fortunes to charity.
And 6, I got a doubles again.
But statistically speaking, there's a significant tendency to look out for number 1.
Yeah, nobody cares, Poop Sock. We didn't even really notice that you were here still, honestly. But yeah, thank you.
If you're at the top.
What do I got? Oh, you got a get out of jail free card. Oh, excellent. That's very nice. Although I could probably, given the fact that I'm the rich person, get bailed out. You could.
And as Piff observed when he ran this experiment with hundreds of doggedly friendly...
I also think, though, Conker, that you can be a really great person and still get butt cancer.
...types. Those in the role of top dog began to bark like one.
And so I get the $200.
Yep, you get $200.
Well, give me $140 because I'm going to buy Mediterranean.
Okay, done. Now listen to the way that you just spoke to me. It was very directive, almost like a demand. But we found consistently with people who were the rich players that they actually started to become, in their behavior, as if they were like rich people in real life. They were more likely to eat from a bowl of pretzels that we'd positioned off to the side. They ate with their mouths full, so they were a little ruder in their behavior to the other person.
While I was thanking God no pretzels were present, Piff continued. Those arbitrarily assigned the role of low dog became more nearly man's best friend.
If I take someone who's rich and make them feel psychologically a little less well off, they become way more generous, way more charitable, way more likely to offer help to another person.
So when people are playing this Monopoly game and they're in the poor person role that you're playing, they, if they were rich in real life, become more understanding, more compassionate?
Not just in this game of Monopoly, but in a whole bunch of other experiments that we've run where we make rich people feel poor or poor people feel rich. You find the same kinds of differences.
Differences that could conceivably help people understand their subconscious biases and perhaps even moderate the costly effects of economic inequality. But until that happens, we'd suggest you look both ways before crossing.
All right, I just want to see a little bit of this.
And we begin tonight with the government funding nightmare before Christmas, which may just have been averted, all thanks to the Democrats. Just hours before the government was set to shut down at midnight, the House finally passed a spending bill with 366 voting yes and 34 no votes, all of which came from Republicans. This bill was the Republican majority's Plan C, since the original bipartisan deal was tanked by Elon Musk and his junior partner, Donald Trump. And then the backup plan that Trump endorsed went down in flames with 38 of his own Republicans voting against.
I like how the media is like taking a dig at Trump by saying Trump is the junior partner here. They know that Trump's watching.
What this new plan includes is basic government funding until mid-March, plus disaster relief and assistance for farmers. Basically, what they attempted to pass yesterday minus the debt limit extension.
What? One of my tweets was featured on the Jimmy Dore show? Kramer, you buried the lead. Find me that link, son, or you're banished. About Luigi? Look, receipts or it didn't happen. How dare you? Drop that motherfucking link right the fuck now, or else... Wow, no one said anything about me being muted yet again. This was a test, okay? I muted myself that time, and nobody told me. Don't make me get violent. That's not how that works, Dr. McRib. Doesn't matter if you're muted or not. Silly boy. Now you know that I do it silently? No. Excuse me. No, that's not true. Take it back, Cherry Babe. Take it back. You take it back right now. That is not what happens. You said it, but I didn't hear you. Yeah. Well, that's, you know... kind of how it is. I'm not a mimer. Gosh, you guys. This is... I don't like the way that you're characterizing this stream. It's time for mime. No. No. No, it's not. I'm still waiting on this Jimmy Dore link, apparently. Yeah, thank you, Adrian Bear. You're about like 2 minutes too late, okay? Thanks for the I mean, you might as well not said anything. Now I just want to mute you because you're so late that it's irrelevant. Lollipops don't make sound, Cherry Babe. What are you talking about? I know, I want to mute that witch. Think you're so funny, huh, Johar? Johar. Nope. Never happened. I don't even know what a lollipop is. I don't know what you're talking about. Objection.
Which, by the way, is what Trump, their supposed leader, was demanding.
If he shouted out one of my tweets, yes, we'll watch it. I don't have any qualms about watching. I want to hear what was said. But Kramer is really dropping the ball right now by not sharing it with the chat. And that is unnerving. It's unsettling. I will not stand for it.
But we're not totally out of the woods just yet. This bill still needs to go through the Senate, which in the current Congress is still controlled by the Democrats. And only then would it go to the White House for a signature from President Biden.
They always say this. It's always like, well, but it still has to go through the Senate.
As everybody, House and Senate and White House are literally on the brink of leaving town for the holidays. But this is
fuck them. Who cares?
A good sign for the millions of federal workers, from U.S. troops to TSA agents, who, if the government did shut down, would either be furloughed or forced to work without pay just days before the holidays. Joining me now from Capitol Hill is NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, Plan C, give us the backgrounder on how it finally got to the floor to be able to be passed, mainly by Democrats.
You know, Joy, I'd go as far as to say this was actually Plan D, because 7 hours ago, when House Republicans huddled behind closed doors,
I can't hear her.
It was actually to have 3 separate votes on all of these pieces. Ultimately, they decided that they need Democrats to get any of this across the finish line anyway, so they bundled it all together, put it as a package on the floor.
Did this girl just sniff some coke before she got on camera? She's like just trying to power through. I think she's on autopilot, don't you?
That debt limit hike, literally an 11th hour ask from the president-elect, and they muscled it through. But I will tell you that yesterday you had 38 Republicans who voted against Plan B. Today you had 34 Republicans who voted against Plan C or D, whatever we're calling it. And you had this vote that essentially got over the finish line by Democrats who carried it, none of them voting against this bill, 194 of them or even more voting to keep the government open, to keep the lights on. Now this goes over to the Senate side, where the sleigh bells are fuming, everybody wants to get out of town. But the next question is certainly what happens to House Speaker Mike Johnson's future. He joked after the vote that he even brought up to Elon Musk, hey buddy, do you want to...
It's giving me anxiety trying to listen to what she's trying to say with that dude talking in the background, so. Yeah. I think it's the dumb show rolls on. Like, this whole Elon Musk, Donald Trump saga is going to be fun to watch. What an embarrassment. Like I've said before, the United States is not a serious country. Did we already watch this?
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on, sit on down, because today we're talking about cryptocurrency. More specifically, meme coins. Bitcoin is on the rise again, folks. Just reaching an all-time high of $99,000 per Bitcoin. I just want to say, people are dumb, all right? I remember when I lived in Utah at the time. I worked at a solar company, and it was right when Robinhood, I'm pretty sure it's like right when Robinhood just came out or was new. Everybody had it on their phones, and all those Mormons had it on their phones. And it was when Bitcoin hit a high of like 20,000 and then immediately fell back down. And people were like, it'll never happen again. It'll never happen again. It's done. Here we are now, dude. Hindsight's 2020. I should have went in. With what money? Well, I was able to really sink in some investments from my call center job. A lot of people feel like they missed out on getting in on Bitcoin. Price is too high to get in. Who has $100,000? What am I do? Get a fraction of a coin? Am I going to chip off a penny? What the? And this always happens. Every time Bitcoin shoots up, people bitch and moan about how, oh, I wish
I have my entire estate in invested in Cum Rocket.
Gotten in sooner. Then it falls like 60%, and then people cry again. Oh, why did I get in on that thing? And this is rinse and repeat for about 4 years now. Every 4 years this happens. Big drop. Oh, why did I get in? Oh, why the fuck did I put money to that? But the weird thing too with crypto is they say that you're supposed to invest in crypto and just never look at it. Never touch it. Don't even remotely look at it. Just let it sit. Let it breathe, baby, until you have like a pullout date. Which a lot of people have speculated that it's the 100K mark. I think there's gonna be a huge drop off when it hits 100K. So instead of trying to invest in Bitcoin, people are looking for alternative ways to get rich by gambling on other altcoins, aka coins, aka meme coins. That's right. The newest get rich quick scheme for Gen Z is to pump and dump your own cryptocurrency coin. And this might sound like old news to you, but as of recently, it has been on the rise, my friends. And hundreds of people, if not thousands of people on TikTok are claiming to have made thousands upon thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, from pumping and dumping meme coins on the internet.
I'm buying McLaren coin. All right, you guys already know McLaren. I crashed McLaren, so gotta buy McLaren coin, baby. I'm buying this.
There are even meme gurus out there holding seminars teaching people how to buy and sell meme coins. It's one of the cringiest things I've ever seen in my life.
You know what I can do that I just realized? Wait, this is a hack. No, this is a hack. I'm just realizing this. All the week, I don't know much about the wallet.
If you ever see yourself on the floor of someone's mansion, run away from that place. Do not stay there. That's called a pyramid scheme. Okay? Been around forever. And this is leading people to go to insane measures in order to shill their coin, trying desperately to raise its price before swiftly pulling the rug out underneath everyone else and keeping that big old pot of gold.
Meme! Guys, I forgot to tell you, this would probably be a good time to let you know that if you drop 50 subs to the stream, you get 100,000 Wrath coins. Yeah, that's right. I did start my own crypto. So, the Wrath coins will be delivered via mail, snail mail, USPS. So it's a one-time Christmas giveaway. They are waterproof, yes. So just be on the lookout.
It's a scam. Okay? I just made my own meme coin. This is the next one. If you lost any money from meme coin, this is your chance to make it back right now. If you don't buy this coin, you just a so I ain't gonna lie. Y'all niggas really thought I was being serious, nigga? Nigga, fuck y'all. $12,000, nigga. I just 3x that money I lost, nigga. Fuck y'all. Hey, and if yo actually believe you can make money off of meme coin, you stupid as meme coin is a scam. I sold all my shit, just made 12 bands off you goofy ass niggas.
It is truly a dumpster fire in the making, and I want to share with you everything I've come across so far, which is a lot as of recently. It's weird. Right now, there's been a lot of gold with meme coins. So
the Oogie Boogie Man already has a shipment on his way. I just want to make that clear.
Dive in. And just a brief history of the meme coin, right? Because before we get into seeing the borderline barbaric approach to how some people are trying to pump and dump, we need to understand where meme coins started. We need to understand why.
Yes, it can be delivered electronically too, of course. Of course, it's a cryptocurrency.
Even put a value on them, right? For those of people who don't know what meme coins are, they are exactly what they sound like. A cryptocurrency that is based on popular meme culture of the internet. They're just based on popular memes. The first and most popular meme coin is Dogecoin. You might have seen Dogecoin pop around. Maybe you saw your favorite tech political figure talk about it. Or maybe your friends had it and they were giggling and talking about Doge to the moon. My buddy Dan did that, and watching him, so funny. He held it for so long. He could have made so much money off of it, didn't pull out. Classic Dan. This was created in 2013 as a...
Cherry Bab, that's funny. Because that's really what you should go off of, really, if it's aesthetically pleasing and based. Clearly, that's the standard, the gold standard. Obviously. Never buying Doge coins for your 6-year-old niece again. Does anybody have Bitcoin here? I don't have any Bitcoin. I did actually buy some Bitcoin, like around 2020. I basically took stimulus checks and just bought cryptocurrency. But by now I don't have any left. I sold it all.
Joke by Billy Marcus and Jackson Palmer as a way to make fun of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as a joke. The creators
0.04 Morflex, you are a fucking rich bastard. You got 39,000 in Buttcoin? Wow. Dude, you're gonna be a butt-linaire.
Promoted as a fun and friendly cryptocurrency that could be used to reach a wider demographic than Bitcoin. So they chose the infamous Doge meme as their coin's mascot, and with an entry price as low as 0.00026 cents per coin, anyone could join in and feel like a Doge millionaire. The entire deal was that it was so cheap that you could barely put any money in, and then you would be Doge rich. Perfect scheme. And what started out as a joke has now become one of the biggest explosions in cryptocurrencies over the last 10 years. In 2014, the supporters of the coin actually paid $55,000, which is about 65 million Dogecoins, to have it be a sponsor on NASCAR driver Josh Weiss's stock car named number 98 Moon Rocket. This was a play on the popular meme stock/meme coin phrase "to the moon" that is used when people want to pump a stock or coin's value. Dogecoin fans also paid $25,000 to help send the Jamaican bobsled team to the 2014 Sochi Winter Olympics. Which is awesome. The NASCAR in this is pretty funny. It's a good troll. These two acts helped create the term meme coin, as people were spending their coins to do funny and stupid stuff and make memes that were making it into the news and propelling the coin into the mainstream.
Last Friday, an anonymous benefactor going by the name of Hood donated 14 million Dogecoins to Doge for Water, a campaign looking to provide drinking water to parts of eastern Kenya.
Much more wholesome beginning, much funnier. I do like the trolling aspect of it as well, that you can start something stupid and still be able to exchange it for goods later. It's a pretty funny concept.
Wait! I need to tell you about an awesome sponsor we have with our beautiful, beautiful partners at GamerSupps. As you can see, I'm all wet and sticky right now, and I'm dead tired. I'm on the verge of public. Beautiful flavor.
And Dogecoin's price has continued to increase over 10 years later because of a TikTok trend trying to get it to reach $1 per coin. And not to mention Elon Musk, the self-proclaimed meme lord, loves the coin and shills at every chance he can get to shill it.
Are you still a fan of crypto?
Dogecoin is my sort of favorite cryptocurrency because it has the best humor and has dogs.
I mean, he loves talking about to the moon, you know, whatever else. If he could slap Doge onto a rocket, I bet he would. To the moon! In 2021, SpaceX announced that they would be funding a rideshare mission to the moon entirely with Dogecoin called Doge One. Is it still fun?
Elon Musk announcing that his rocket company will now accept Dogecoin as payment, calling it the first crypto and first meme in space.
Is it fun when the billionaire is memeing along with you? Because now it feels sad.
But he's one of us.
He's one of us, and he to the moon, to the moon. And because of Dogecoin's success, people have been inspired to create their own meme coins, and it has gotten completely out of hand. The fun is gone. We're into some pretty heinous territories now, ladies and gentlemen. In the past, it took a lot of work to make your own coin, and you needed to have a good amount of technical knowledge to launch one successfully. But now, you can make one instantly using websites like PumpFun and launch your very own cryptocurrency in seconds. Also, it's called PumpFun.
Boogie, it looks like you launched a crypto token that is a scam, a pump and dump.
Well, I don't think it's a pump and dump. It is a meme coin.
It's literally from a thing called pump.fun. What are you talking about?
It's like enabling people to scam. I'm telling you, your coin's gonna be huge. Okay, and then when it gets big, you pull the rug. Pull to me, they pull it. Pull the rug.
Oh! Oh! It went to zero!
PumpFun is a website specifically designed to allow people to create and share their own meme coins instantly based on the Solana blockchain. And it's promoting the idea that everyone can make their own Dogecoin. Everyone can have their own earnest memes and send Jamaican bobsled teams to the Olympics. Everyone can. People definitely won't use it for selfish reasons, right? People can watch as coins are created live and decide if they want to buy coins solely based on the name, picture, and a super brief description. There's basically no research involved in choosing a coin to buy, like with other cryptocurrencies, so it's essentially gambling to see which coin will take off over other ones. Some of the most popular coins created on PumpFun are Peanut the Squirrel, which has a market cap of $1.4 billion. Peanut the Squirrel. Peanut coin.
The guy also just said he's making his own Justice coin today. So people are like, what? You're not backing Peanut coin?
He's making his own coin. There you go. Also, with the newest meme, Just a Chill Guy, it has a market cap of $451 million. That meme was just created like 3 weeks ago. My God. There's also Moodang Coin, which has a $400 million market cap. $400 million market cap evaluation for the Moodang Coin, the abused tiny hippo in a Taiwanese zoo. There's also the Sigma Coin with a $64 million cap, or Mother Iggy Coin at a $50 million cap. Be a good boy and listen to your mother. Wow. Which apparently that one is based around the Iggy Azalea's ass for some reason. Someone just uploaded a photo of Iggy Azalea's ass, and that's just the main coin. Do you think she gets a cut of that? Doubt it.
Mother's mothering.
Mother's mothering. I'm serving right now. I hate that when people say that. She's serving.
I usually don't get offended by the word, but in that context.
You look like you'd be someone who gets offended by the word. You look like the person that would get offended by the word. You'd also be like, when people say, what do you do?
Ooh. In 6th grade, that was me. I hate.
Ooh, don't say that. And there's no rhyme or reason to why these coins get popular. And it really just is a guessing game, but there is an obscene amount of money in these meme coins being moved every day. It's like the goddamn New York Stock Exchange after World War II. It was popping off. Over $20 billion market cap with a $7.5 billion worth of coins moved just within the last 24 hours. Just within the last 24 hours. This is how you kind of know we're done. We're cooked.
I bought Chill Guy at under a penny. This day changed my life, and it's not even for the money. It changed how I think about the world.
Do you think whenever someone's just like a dollar bill, supposed to carry on paper with me all day? You know what I mean? Do you think it was something like that?
Let's get rich quick. Let's traditional investment. I want to have fun. I want to get money
Who's
now.
That guy talking off screen. Okay, yeah. I think I had enough of that. Oh, goodness. Okay.
4 hours. This is how you kind of know we're done. We're cooked.
I bought Chill Guy at
that. Robots sculpt marble in Italy, sparking worries about the future of art. Man, that's so weird that my Twitch does not update. The Dogfather, you're still here from Liverpool? Damn. People saying I should smoke break.
I took two things that I love, dancing and dogs, and I made them into a successful business.
I forgot I'm on my backup page, so it doesn't... Sorry.
I'm standing in front of the headquarters of a company that manages $10.6 trillion. That's more than half the United States GDP. Last time, I covered the shady consulting group McKinsey, and you guys asked for one thing. BlackRock. So here we are. BlackRock is the subject of a lot of speculation online.
There is a robot that controls
I think
more wealth
CJ Werleman on the topic of Syria is no bueno. And yeah, I'm gonna veto that. We've already heard CJ Werleman's takes on Syria, and we've rejected them.
country on earth.
Really, the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink.
They have stock in 95% of Fortune 500 companies, and they've been hired by governments across the world to help manage financial crises and even just conduct normal operations. That means that pretty much any time you interact with the economy, working, buying stuff, driving a car, going to the bank, anything, you're interacting with BlackRock. But that $10.6 trillion isn't really their money. Don't worry, we'll come back to that. And they claim they're just passive investors, which seems harmless, right? While I love a good conspiracy, and I know they're—
I'd rather ask Saeed what he thinks about what's going on in Syria. I feel like Saeed would have a better handle on things, being a man of the Middle East. So Saeed is saying that CJ went all speculation.
cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo.
Yeah, I feel like his rhetoric only proved the opposite points against him.
How much of a conspiracy is this really? I wanted to get to the truth behind BlackRock and the other nearly identical asset managers, State Street and Vanguard.
He attacked people covering the story, right? And I feel like he strawmanned them too. He was like making it seem like they were saying that Assad was this saint and how bad this is for and the people of Syria are just pawns and they don't know what they're like. We were like straw manning. I'm sorry, that we were like, not we, but the people that were making the argument that I agree with were saying that the people of Syria are idiots and all this. And I don't think that's what we were saying at all, or what the people that I agree with were saying. Yeah, Assad is no saint, period, of course.
Known as the Big Three. Yes. Are they actively controlling the world and shaping it in their favor? Or are they passive investors just riding the wave of American economic expansion? Stay with me. We'll get to the spooky stuff soon, but first let's talk through some finance basics that give BlackRock their power. What an asset manager actually does, the main product they provide, index funds, their favorite loophole, passivity, and their position in our economy, the not at all terrifying sounding universal ownership. BlackRock is an asset manager, and the service they offer is taking a customer's money and making more money out of it. Their existence relies upon an important invention of the 70s.
This one, I bet it's only $119.
More exciting, the index fund. It was pioneered by the first CEO of Vanguard, and it offers investors a way to invest in many stocks at once. So instead of betting a lot on a few individual companies, you bet a little bit on every company in the whole index, basically just the whole market itself.
The index at least steers a steady course.
It's like instead of betting on a single horse, you're betting on all the horses at once. And index funds are a form of mutual fund, the more general way people pool their money together to make big investments. But someone needs to be the one to pool all that money together and manage it, and that's an asset manager, i.e. BlackRock. Index funds and ETFs are their main products, and they're pretty similar. They're popular because they're lower risk, have more consistent returns, and are cheaper for asset managers because they don't have to pay a guy to place bets all day, which studies show they are not very good at.
Just ignore the folly of short-term speculation. It's absolutely a loser's game.
So if the market is up 7% today, so is your index fund. Instead of constantly buying and selling shares, which is what active investors do, BlackRock and these big asset managers buy a little bit of every company and just hold on to those shares basically indefinitely. This is called passive investing, a title that affords them a lot of legal leeway they otherwise wouldn't get. They own so much that it would be impossible for them to sell out of any one stock in one fell swoop.
When you think about passive, we can't sell a company as long as they're in the index.
Most of the money asset managers manage comes from institutional investors. Those are big pension funds, insurance companies, nonprofits, and university endowments. But while all the money they manage is in the hands of these big institutions, most of it actually comes from regular people. Public and private pension plans, 401k owners, college tuition, and anyone with insurance. This is your money, but it doesn't always come back to you. Nor do you get a say in the companies it gets invested in. While they want good returns on those investments, contrary to how we think about Wolf of Wall Street type investors, that's not actually their main goal. They make their profits from the fees they charge their clients, not from the returns on the money they invest. I spoke with Benjamin Braun, a professor of political economy at the London School of Economics. He's written a bunch of studies on asset managers' role in our economy and society.
The fees you earn if you're BlackRock increase when the market value of the assets you manage increases. You maximize your assets under management by winning over new clients and by getting the clients that you already have to give you more money.
When you have $10 trillion, you have to put them somewhere, and eventually that somewhere becomes everywhere.
Universal ownership refers to holding shares in the entire universe of firms listed on the stock market. The big three asset managers, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, hold a sizable but still relatively small stake in all listed corporations.
BlackRock is a 3 to 10% shareholder in all of these companies. This may not sound like a lot, but it's enough that selling all of it at once would likely crash that entire stock, kind of locking them into the whole not selling passive thing.
5% in any individual company is actually very significant because if and when shareholdership is dispersed, 5% makes you, in all likelihood, the single largest shareholder in that company. That's why, for example, in a lot of academic studies, 5% is taken as a threshold for control. There's almost no difference between Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, and even a bunch of other asset managers in terms of their business model. So then you can start and wonder, okay, so if the big three together hold 25% of the shares in any individual company, then you're definitely above the threshold.
Let's zoom in on Amazon. The big three own 16% of all outstanding Amazon shares. Jeff Bezos only owns 9%.
In theory, universal owners should have an interest in maximizing profits in the long term across the entire economy. And that is not how they operate in practice.
The amount of stock you have determines the number of votes you get. BlackRock is almost always in the top 3, maybe 5 if they're feeling broke. So that is a lot of votes. And let's not forget, it's not BlackRock's money that's invested. It's your dad's pension fund and your insurer's massive pile of savings. It sounds crazy, but when you put your money in a pension fund, you sign away your voting rights to the pension fund manager. And then when the pension fund manager puts all their pension funds under an asset manager's control, they sign away all those votes to the asset manager. Kind of pyramid scheme vibes. And how do they actually use those votes? A 2017 study found that asset managers almost always voted with what the company executives recommended. And why are they always voting with company management? Back in the 80s, company managers used to spend company money on company things, like corporate jets, fancy offices, or occasionally paying their employees. And this made the investors sad because they wanted those profits. So they started offering company managers, in addition to bonuses and benefits, stock options. Executives' total pay was now forever tied to how much the company made.
They can push managers, corporate managers, to act more in the interest of shareholders, meaning in the interest of corporate profits, and do more to maximize corporate profits.
This funnels money back to investors who now include management and away from any hope of making companies work better or including employees in the profits that their labor created. Back in the day, like my grandparents' day, more regular people had stocks, and the idea was that every shareholder could vote on things like board elections, mergers and acquisitions, executive compensation, and once in a while, wages. Sort of like democracy for people with disposable income.
Government is the people's business, and every man, woman, and child becomes a shareholder with the first penny of tax paid.
In 1945, 94% of stocks were owned by households, but that's not really how it works anymore. Today, households have more like 40% of the stock market, and about half of that belongs to the top 10%.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Today, the top 1% own 50% of corporate equity and mutual fund shares, while the top 10% own 86%. Did you think this yellow part was everyone else? Nope. The tiny green part on the bottom is the least wealthy half of Americans.
You often hear this argument that what is good for shareholders is good for everyone because, especially in the US, where retirement assets are overwhelmingly invested in corporate equities, everyone is a shareholder. But that's simply not true. The bottom 50% virtually owns no shares at all. The vast majority of shares are held by the top 10%, And within that, even shareholdings are quite concentrated within the top 1%.
And while the strategies corporations choose because asset managers vote for them affect everyone, they only benefit half the population even a little bit and frequently hurt the other half, those without any shares at all. Take the example of worker pay. BlackRock and other asset managers play a huge part in wage stagnation.
If you're a corporation, you can increase profits only in so many ways, and you can always, in the short term, increase returns to shareholders by squeezing workers.
So this kind of uber monopolization really hurts working people, consumers, and even small businesses. And this is where it gets interesting. There's evidence that this type of universal ownership is in part responsible for why everything is so expensive these days. For example, they have significant stakes in Nike, Adidas, Lululemon, and Under Armour. If one outperforms the other, it's the same from BlackRock's point of view, and sometimes it can even lose investors' money altogether if companies were to start lowering prices to compete.
That's the universal ownership logic in action, but it's also an anti-competitive logic in action. The fact that all 5 airlines, all the major banks, for example, in the US have the same large shareholders creates a danger and a risk that these corporations will not engage in competition in the same way they would if they each had different shareholders. Because in that world, each shareholder would root for their company and would hope to outperform the market by the company they waged a bet on.
It's sort of like a neo-monopoly where companies don't even have to merge and buy each other anymore because they all send profits to the same guys no matter what. And their large stakes in basically every company affords them friends in high places. From just 2014 to 2015, BlackRock performed over 1,500 private engagements with the companies held in their portfolio. BlackRock reportedly believes that meetings behind closed doors can go further than votes against management, and they typically give management a year before voting against them. They also have a lot of friends in the government. There's a sort of revolving door between BlackRock, the government, and the international bodies that create monetary policy. Things like the US Treasury, Federal Reserve, the central banks of Canada, some European countries, and Sweden, as well as the International Monetary Fund and the World Economic Forum. Since 2004, BlackRock has hired at least 84 former government officials, regulators, and central bankers worldwide.
The intersection of politics and business has never been more ongoing.
Larry Fink himself is on the board of the WEF and even tried to get himself selected as Hillary Clinton's Treasury Secretary in 2016. And in 2008, they got themselves a pretty sweet deal.
Traders saying this is the craziest day they have ever seen in these markets. Veteran traders saying they've never seen anything like it.
In the aftermath, the government created the Financial Stability Oversight Council to oversee entities like BlackRock that control a lot of money but aren't banks. The FSOC pointed to BlackRock as an organization that's so big that its failure could cause another collapse, and tried to put additional oversight on them. But BlackRock doubled their political lobbying spending, including running a super targeted ad campaign on the DC Metro, and managed to dodge the oversight that other large financial institutions receive. And let's come back to that loophole they like to call passivity. The people who decide if they're passive enough to continue not to be overseen by the government is BlackRock themselves. Basically, BlackRock and other asset managers have to submit annual letters to self-certify that they've been compliant with the terms of passive investment. That's like being allowed to write whatever you want on your taxes and then audit yourself. Except if you also had $10 trillion, which, unless you're watching this and you're literally Larry Fink, hey bestie, I'm gonna safely assume you don't. The part that really blows my mind is that while this one company already has their eggs in basically every basket and is making money off seemingly everyone, it goes even deeper than that. The biggest investors in BlackRock are Vanguard and State Street. And the biggest investors in Vanguard are BlackRock and State Street. And the biggest investors in State Street are, you guessed it, BlackRock and Vanguard.
Asset managers are the shareholders of asset managers. And this is true for all financial firms, and not only, in fact, for stock market listed firms, but private equity firms buying up private insurers.
So the financial sector effectively owns itself. The biggest companies that they own them back, creating this loop that sucks money in and never seems to spit it back out. They play all sides of the game because at a certain point, you can't lose when you play against yourself. So going back to our original questions, does BlackRock own everything? No. But do they control everything? Kinda. They profit off of every bit of your life while controlling just the minimum amount they need to make sure they can continue profiting off of every bit of your life. And they get paid by teachers' retirement funds to do it. And they get away with this by constantly exchanging money for power and utilizing legal loopholes. It's worth being pedantic here for a second. They don't own everything. They own shares in everything, which gives them an outsized amount of control. So while they're not necessarily the ones making all the...
I was just noticing how More Perfect Union has a lot of different people that make videos for More Perfect Union. And I feel like maybe I should make a video for More Perfect Union. How does that happen? Shit, we got a Saeed link. All right.
Hey gang, this episode is brought to you by Means TV, the world's first anti-capitalist streaming.
We love Second Thought, and Second Thought is another content creator that has made videos for More Perfect Union as well.
Stick around after the episode to learn a bit.
Excuse me, what kind of camera do you think Second Thought uses?
About Means, and to snag a nice little discount as a thank you for supporting my channel.
Venezuela is bracing for more protests today after Sunday's presidential elections.
Earlier this year, Venezuela had a pretty major election. On July 28th, over 10 million people went to the polls in a contest to decide whether to elect the incumbent, Nicolás Maduro, the challenger, Edmundo González, or one of the 8 other opposition candidates. And then we saw a very familiar scene.
Of course, the accusations of fraud.
We say victory in quotation marks.
Electoral authorities, which are heavily controlled by the government.
Authoritarian President Nicolás Maduro.
Evil criminal dictator that he is.
Clinging on to power.
Undemocratic attempt to repress political participation.
It was clear from the start this would not be a free or fair election.
Western media has a particular way of talking about foreign elections, and let's call them attempted leadership changes in other countries. And in this video, I want to really zoom in on that. I want to dig deep into the story of foreign elections were served here in the US, and how that reporting affects the way we understand the world outside our borders. Specifically, when it comes to the reporting of our most important outlet.
Salmon, and he immediately goes to the litter box. He's like, it's time for a bowel movement.
The New York Times.
So the New York Times is an extremely important newspaper, not only because of its huge circulation, but also because of its massive influence on other media. Its tagline is all the news that's fit to print, and it really serves as a first draft of history for the American establishment.
This is Alan McLeod, senior staff writer at Mint Press News and the author of this great book on how media in the West covers Venezuela.
It's seen as an authoritative source, in fact so authoritative that newsrooms across the country are faxed a front copy of the New York Times every day so that can actually focus and...
I can tell you how and why. It's like they're staffed by former IDF soldiers.
Articles in the New York Times and other Western papers tend to follow a pretty consistent checklist. Blame all economic and political problems on the government. Ignore the effect of any US sanctions. Constantly present the targeted leader as a tyrannical autocrat crushing dissent, no matter what the reality is. Refrain from using the word coup. Prefer instead words like uprising, revolt, or transition. Express ridicule at the idea that the US could be involved in the affair. Depict the new US-backed rulers as democratically minded and downplay any violence they commit in establishing their rule. And finally, blame the deposed leaders for their own overthrow. And you can really see this when you look back through the archives. Like back when the New York Times covered the US-supported military coup d'etat against Eduardo Goulart. In Brazil, back in 1964, the center-left president was overthrown and replaced by Ranieri Mazzilli, the first in a 20-year-long series of military dictators. The New York Times presented it like this: "We do not lament the passing of a leader who had proved so incompetent and so irresponsible. Inflation and a gradual deflation. When it came to the test, he had almost no supporters. Another peaceful revolution. Ranieri Mazzilli is just that and nothing more, an able, patriotic citizen holding the helm of the ship until an elected president can take over. nation appears to have been yearning for a political cleanup of extremists. Widespread feeling of deep relief and optimism.
Goulart was the last socialist or left-leaning leader, democratically elected leader in Brazil. Until Lula, I think.
Considerable amount of friendship for the United States, based on mutual democratic
beliefs. The 60s. I think Goulart was overthrown in the 1965.
Social informality, and unbounding faith in the national future. Or take Chile in 1973. On September 11th, Salvador Allende, a democratically elected socialist, was overthrown in a military coup by the fascist neoliberal military officer Augusto Pinochet with support from the CIA. Allende had been elected on a plan to nationalize Chile's resources, like its copper mines.
That's right, Augusto Penis Hat overthrew Salvador Allende in 1973, leading to a almost 2 decades long dictatorship.
Then owned by American companies, and used that revenue for improved social welfare and the start of a socialist economy. Here's how the New York Times covered his election. Calling Allende a threat to freedom and criticizing in a dramatic tone a tax raid on the newspaper El Mercurio, one of the most highly respected newspapers in South America. In reality, it was a pro-American, right-wing newspaper funded by the CIA and Nixon himself, according to FOIA documents we only saw 45 years later. And when the US-backed coup deposed Allende, the Times ran this article, denying any US involvement, ignoring Nixon's brutal sanctions, his famous attempt to, quote, make the economy scream, and instead, dutifully checking off.
I'm guessing that the villains were Arabic, if I had to guess. Those damn dirty Middle Easterners. Dirty angels. Is that on Netflix? Is that on Zioflix, or is it somewhere else I can find it?
Our trusty checklist. And we can go back even further. Take Iran in 1953. 2 years earlier, Mohammed...
The Mossad. This was the CIA, This was the CIA's first big win, was in Iran in 1953 when they overthrew Mossad and installed the Ayatollah Khomeini.
Sadek, a democratically chosen member of parliament, was elected prime minister. His first move was nationalizing the Anglo-Persian oil company after 50 years of colonial extraction that generated 115...
This just looks already like an IDF's wet dream. This looks like an IDF wet dream right here. I mean, it just looks so Israeli. Now that I've seen so much of Israel, it's like I can't unsee it.
You start out pretty early in life, knowing there is a line you won't cross. You get into a tough spot. The line shifts. Till you find yourself in a place where the line just ends.
No!
We leave for DC in
a headscarf person. Evil. Look at that. She totally looks like a diaper farts.
ISIS abducted girls from a school in Afghanistan.
Yes, Israeli-funded ISIS.
I need you to lead a new team. This rescue mission's the only hope these girls have. GoNet is an international relief organization. It has to be 60% women to be believable.
This is someone's idea of a safe house?
The safest that's left. Call me Rocky.
I don't need names. Functions.
The mechanic.
Call me Geek. So you're tech. I'm medic, weapons specialist, and explosives. You never know when a skill will come in handy.
Yep, that's what Israel's good at. Terrorism. Setting off remote bombs where they're far away and not threatened. I'm surprised it wasn't a beeper.
No one in the world seems to notice there's a civil war here.
ISIS is closing in on us. But we have no choice. We're not leaving them.
Dresses up in the hijab.
So call it or shoot our way out. We have 12 hours to find the girls. Or we never find the line again.
Good God. Yeah, where's Gal Gadot? Wait, I've heard of Ava Green. It centers on a group of female soldiers who disguise themselves as medics to rescue a group of teenagers caught between ISIS and the forces of the Taliban. Now, is it understood that the main character is Israeli?
A Complete Unknown is now nominated for Best Picture of the Year. Critics agree. Timothée Chalamet gives a transformative performance as Bob Dylan.
They want to own me. Is that what you want?
A Complete Unknown. Rated R.
Dude, you can't do that to Bob Dylan, man. Come on, man. Yeah, that was pretty awful. I'm sorry. If she wasn't Israeli before, she is now. She was in the James Bond movies, right? Rona Lee Shimon. Is that the main character's name? I just love that the enemy is ISIS. Of course.
£1 million in earnings for its British owners and £175 million for the British government. The British responded by imposing a global boycott on Iranian oil, a naval blockade, and essentially tanked the country's economy into submitting back into Western colonial subjugation. The US was a British ally, scared of the
Okay, well, let's go back to hearing what they did to Iran. Mossad.
Iran in 1953. 2 years earlier, Mohammad Mossadegh, a democratically chosen member of parliament, was elected prime minister. His first move was nationalizing the Anglo-Persian Oil Company after 50 years of colonial extraction that generated £115 million in earnings for its British owners and £175 million for the British government. The British responded by imposing a global boycott on Iranian oil, a naval blockade, and essentially tanked the country's economy into submitting back.
That was mistake number one that Masada made. You definitely just cannot nationalize your oil industry. It must be open to Western capital accumulation. So, yeah.
Western colonial.
To his credit, though, in 1953, I mean, it probably wasn't as... We didn't have decades and decades in the historical record of the U.S. overthrowing. I mean, we kind of did, but I think after World War II, it was, that was the beginning of U.S. domination.
The US was a British ally, scared of the socialist direction Mossadegh's policies were taking, and very interested in getting Iran's oil. So, in 1953, it financed anti-Mossadegh media in the country, carefully orchestrated a coup, installed...
And I think the Shah didn't even really want to do this, but he reluctantly, as crazy as that might seem, he reluctantly took power.
Shah, and in the process, gained ownership of 40% of the APOC for US companies. Meanwhile, the Shah continued to transform the Iranian economy along capitalist lines and became ever more brutal in his use of state violence, creating a secret police force called the Savak and abolishing the multi-party system that had been in place under Mossadegh. Now, here's how all of that was reported on by the Times. Mossadegh was painted as a Hitler-esque dictator responsible for wrecking the economy. The British came out pretty much blameless. Nationalization was framed as just a populist power.
Why does he say Mossadegh when I say Masada? Who's right, Saeed? Was it the Masada or was it Mossadegh?
And the US's intervention is shown as merely an accusation by the Soviet propaganda media. That last story, by the way, quotes a CIA operative, General Schwarzkopf.
What? That's fair. The IDF and ISIS are two sides of the same coin as agents of chaos in the ME. The mobilization of IDF armored units along the Gaza border are seen as the IDF persists with their aerial and ground attacks on Gaza. That's very cute, OR. Yeah, right? ISIS works for them. Right, exactly. I know, I thought that too. This is sort of trying to make it seem like that they're just same thing. Different sides. In examining the evolution of extremist movements in the Middle East, the parallels between Zionist militant groups and notorious organizations like ISIS share a disturbing commonality rooted in religious extremism and a quest for ethno-religious supremacy. While often viewed as opposing forces, the IDF and the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria operate with similar ideological fervor and use violence to achieve their objectives. Pre-state terrorist groups such as Lehi and Irgun, which later formed the backbone of the IDF, relied on systematic violence against Palestinian civilians to establish the Zionist State of Israel. Similarly, the ISIS remnants still try to employ a terror to assert dominance and fear as a means to create an Islamic caliphate across the Levant. The critical difference between the IDF and ISIS lies not in ideology but in perception. While Lehi and Irgun were initially labeled as terrorist groups by the British and American governments, their eventual absorption into a recognized military force allowed them to shed the terrorist label and be rebranded as state defenders. For far too long, the international community has legitimized the actions of the IDF for this sole reason. Despite this transformation in status, the underlying ideology of ethno-religious dominance remains unchanged. The IDF and ISIS continue to pursue their territorial and ideological goals through military force against civilian populations. This shared foundation of violence and extremism underpins the enduring reality that the IDF continues to operate with the same terrorist tactics as its 1940s militant predecessors, highlighting further the unbroken link between its terrorist origins and its bloody campaigns.
Declining to comment on the coup because, according to him, he had been out of touch with Iranian politics for too long a period. But we have declassified CIA files now, and surprise, he was orchestrating a coup with the Shah just 18 days before the Times ran that article. But I know, these could all technically be cherry-picked examples. Thankfully, we have some good data to back this stuff up. In an analysis of about 300 New York Times articles about Iran published between 1950 and 1960, both op-eds and editorials, these researchers found everything I just mentioned happened hundreds of times. The British blockade is never questioned, unlike Iran's nationalization policy.
Wow, they actually have a video. They actually have a video that says how to say Mossadegh. All right.
Mossadegh.
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 Mossadegh. So no, you don't really say the G in it. It's a long E.
Mossadegh.
Mossadegh. Now I'm closer. Mossadegh. 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 I got it. I crushed it.
Is heavily scrutinized and disparaged as a facade for autocratic power. The sanctions are always presented as a scapegoat for the Iranian economy's problems. And
Moose Dick.
Shah gets consistently glowing reviews even amidst some of the most brutal crackdowns. Actually, glowing reviews doesn't quite cover it. In an insane article from 1956, he's described as a dark, handsome man with searching eyes and a quiet, rhythmical voice. By temperament, he is calm and unruffled. By inclination, he is a philosopher, given to musing over the problems of his ancient land. Mossadegh is, quote, internationally famous for his...
Okay, well then I guess Second Thought was closer than me. Because I said Masada, and it's more correct to say Mossadegh.
Bizarre habits.
Don't Google how they pronounce suck deep. I mean, that seems pretty self-explanatory, as is suck deep. You know, when you tell me don't do something, you know that's what I'm gonna do.
Deceiving diplomatic visitors in bed, weeping profusely and fainting in public, bounding upstairs like a rabbit? And, okay, they don't just do this with Iran, by the way. Back in 1984, deep into the Pinochet dictatorship and its political purges and crushing neoliberal inequality, The Times was still glazing him up as a, quote, lover of liberty, whose 68 years are belied by his boxer's physique, matched by a trim gray mustache.
Meanwhile, he's throwing communists and working class people out of helicopters.
It was never described as a dictator, always as a Chilean president and Chile's leader. To remind you, Allende was, quote, a threat to freedom, leading, quote, a government dominated by Marxists.
Ooh.
Left-of-center politicians are always described like this. Self-interested, power-hungry dictators. They're always exploiting grievances, grabbing power, or taking advantage of turmoil. A leader elected from a platform that hurts American business interest abroad is almost always self-interested somehow, even as they bring in the most pro-social policies their countries have ever seen. Meanwhile, the right-wing stooges that replace them sail in on unacknowledged violence, a promise of a pure commitment to democratic ideals, and a reassurance for Western audiences that they really represent the interests of the people. And then they'll inevitably reproduce the same pattern of brutal crackdowns, impoverishing the working class, and enriching capitalists domestically and abroad. The Times never cares to explain why these left-of-center, power-hungry dictators choose their...
Name it, man. Sometimes you just say some shit and I'm just like, what the fuck?
...aggressive strategy.
Now you're gonna glaze up a dictator?
And why their right-wing opposition doesn't, nor why the economy hurts workers so badly when sanctions are lifted and the capital flight stops. Once the coup succeeds, all of that gets filed under the "we got rid of the dictator" header and promptly ignored. But let's come back to Venezuela. Venezuela in the late 90s was not doing too well. After the global oil bust and the recession of the 80s, Venezuela was one of the many countries in the global south targeted by the IMF and its infamous structural adjustment programs. The country privatized many of its state-run corporations, sold them to international capital, reduced the government's regulatory power, and opened up trade to devastating international competition. It's in part thanks to these measures, imposed on Venezuela by US-led organizations, that the country's GDP fell over 40% between the 80s and 90s. By 1994, the banking sector had collapsed, inflation was high, foreign debt repayments ate up the government budget, and oil prices were falling. The government was useless, to the point that even Foreign Affairs magazine could admit it. And the institutions were so thoroughly rigged against the workers that when oil prices did start to recover, it didn't mean much for Venezuelans. 15% of the country's GDP transferred from the hands of workers to the hands of capitalists, and the real wage of an average Venezuelan was cut in half over 20 years. This is the context in which Venezuelans elected Hugo Chavez, who
I was waiting for Hugo Chavez to be talked about.
Immediately started implementing changes to the Venezuelan economy that drastically improved life for millions. Revenues from the PDVSA, $12 billion from Venezuela's national oil company and the country's main source of income, were steered towards social spending programs in health, education, and food subsidies. The minimum wage was increased, and the percent of the population living on less than $1 per day fell from 14% in 1998 to 3.5% in 2006. Unemployment, which stood at 15% in 1999, fell to 9% in 2007. Petroleum, communications, electricity, cement, and steel were all nationalized. Illiteracy was eradicated. The student population grew to become the fourth largest in the world. Venezuela gave unqualified support for Palestinian liberation and gave its oil away for free to poor countries and communities, including Black and Native American populations in the US who had their homes heated for free or at heavily discounted rates, courtesy of the Venezuelan government. Venezuela stood up to Western countries and their companies and transformed their domestic policy to radically improve the average Venezuelan's life in what was once considered the worst off country in Latin America. But these are not the policies that make Uncle Sam happy. So in 2002, when yet another US-backed coup briefly removed Chavez from power, the pages of the New York Times looked like this. Here we see all the same tropes on display. Chavez's presidency was repeatedly attacked as incompetent, unpopular, and downright dictatorial over the years. To remind you, Chavez won multiple elections under intense scrutiny from international observers that received the EU seal of approval. His party won a 2000 election in the National Assembly. He passed a recall vote in 2004 with over 59% of the vote, and even submitted his ability to run again for a third term to a national referendum. For context, countries like the UK and Canada have no term limits. Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair both served 3 terms without there ever being any accusations of a lack of democracy in the UK. And I think I need to mention something. Venezuelan elections typically take place with an incredibly high standard for legitimacy. One that's not only scrutinized by far more election observers than anywhere else in the world, but is much more advanced and demanding than what we have here in countries like the US. Since 1998, in order to vote in Venezuela, you need your national ID and your fingerprint scanned. If they both match what's in the national database, you then vote on a touchscreen voting machine. That vote is sent to the National Electoral Commission headquarters in Caracas, and a paper ballot gets printed for you to put in a box. Then you need to put your thumb on an ink blot and stamp it next to your name on an electoral roll, and then you physically sign your name beside the fingerprint. Those results get sent to the head office in Caracas and double-checked with the paper ballots. Those paper ballots are counted in front of representatives from the community and the different political parties, and if there is no 100% match between the digital and the paper, that launches an audit. Alright, so that's a lot. Anyway, in 2013, an audit of the votes in the first presidential election that Maduro won did take place, and it found the results to be 99.98% accurate. That 0.02% discrepancy, by the way, only existed because 22 voters hadn't put their paper ballot in the box after the machine recorded their digital vote. Electoral processes like these are unlike anything we have here, and are part of the reason why Venezuelans' confidence in democracy has shot way up between 1997 and 2013.
Venezuela is one of the most heavily monitored elections in the world. There were over 900 foreign observers there, including from the United Nations and other big organizations. The response I got from those officials ranged anything from indifference to acceptance or friendliness. As I said, I visited 5 stations. Everything seemed to be working completely normal. When I spoke to the officials there, the words they mostly used were calm, tranquil, and fluid to describe the process. Been dozens of elections in Venezuela over the last 25 years. It's one of the most election-crazy countries in the world. And every single time the opposition loses in Venezuela, which is most of the time, the New York Times cries fraud and says that there has been some sort of...
I think Saeed's trying to joke and say it was the CIA.
...deception and manipulation going on. However, every time they have claimed this and it has been looked into, the evidence simply isn't there.
So why does the New York Times' reporting so consistently push the same line of a dictatorial regime from 1999 to today?
So there are a number of filters that really influence the reporting of New York Times and other corporate media outlets. To begin with, it is owned by a billionaire family, and that really has a lot of effect on the output. Ultimately, news organizations are reflections of their ownership, and they're also reflections of the advertisers who actually pay to have the newspaper printed or to have the TV run in the first place. And who advertises in the New York Times? It is multi-billion-dollar corporations. And both the ownership and the advertisers are very keen to make sure that their point of view and their interests are promoted and not challenged. A third factor in this is sourcing. The New York Times has this culture of objectivity, which means you have to go to official sources and not question what they say. Ultimately, it is owned by a billionaire family, the Sulzberger clan, who have worked for decades alongside the CIA, as Operation Mockingbird and the Church Committee revealed. We also know that the New York Times continues to this day to send stories to the CIA and the national security community in general to be edited before publication. There's also the case that if you do put your head above the parapet, there are organized groups who will certainly come at you with a lot of flack. Finally, if you are a foreign news reporter, it's very important to understand that these people are parachuted into countries they often don't really understand. Sometimes they don't speak the language. In the case I'm most familiar with, Venezuela, I know that New York Times reporters are flown into Caracas, live in the wealthy eastern parts of the city. Often they live in gated communities surrounded by armed guards, and so ultimately everybody they interact with are members of the elite. And when you are talking with millionaires constantly, they have a very particular view of socialism and social movements, and that is not going to be positive. And we can see that coming out in their reporting.
And look, the point of this long rant is not to pretend like any of these leaders are unwavering defenders of democracy with an unblemished record. They're politicians. They're gonna suck sometimes. The point is that these left-of-center leaders are paragons of democratic ideals compared to the tall, dark, and handsome right-wing fascist puppets that they replace or are replaced by. But they're presented as anything but in the Western press. All the while, the violence of the US, its greed, its sanctions, its coups, and its hand-picked dictators armed to the teeth with American weapons get swept under the rug, only to be magically discovered 20 years later in declassified documents. The alternative to the American empire is constantly presented as a dangerous, immoral threat, slowly justifying in the mind of millions of Americans the idea that something should be done, that if something were to happen, and if the US were maybe involved, that would be okay. It wouldn't. No country deserves to live or die by decree of American corporations. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, you can now find Second Thought on Means TV.
That sounds really anti-American and anti-freedom and anti-democracy, what he just said. Freedom. Israeli weapons firm required to buy cloud services from Google and Amazon. Google downplays its military work with Israel, but Project Nimbus documents ties to the American tech giants. Google and Amazon are both loath to discuss security aspects of the cloud services they provide through their joint contract with the Israeli government known as Project Nimbus. Though both the Ministry of Defense and Israel Defense Forces are Nimbus customers, Google routinely downplays the military elements, while Amazon says little at all. According to a 63-page Israeli government procurement document, 2 of Israel's leading state-owned weapons manufacturers are required to use Amazon and Google for cloud computing needs. Sounds like evidence of a conglomerate to me. Though details of Google and Amazon's contractual work with the Israeli arms industry aren't laid out in the tender document, which outlines how Israeli agencies will obtain software services through Nimbus, The firms are responsible for manufacturing drones, missiles, and other weapons Israel has used to bombard Gaza. If tech companies, including Google and Amazon, are engaged in business activities that could impact Palestinians in Gaza, or indeed Palestinians living under apartheid in general, they must abide by their responsibility to carry out heightened human rights due diligence along the entirety of the life cycle of their products, said Matt Mahmoudi, a researcher at Amnesty International. This must include how they plan to prevent, mitigate, and provide redress for possible human rights violations. Project Nimbus, which provides the Israeli government with cloud services ranging from mundane Google Meet video chats to a variety of sophisticated machine learning tools, has already created a public uproar. Google and Amazon have faced backlash ranging from street protests to employee revolts. The tender document consists largely of legal minutiae, rules, and regulations laying out how exactly the state will purchase cloud computing services from Amazon and Google, which won the $1.2 billion contract in 21. The Israeli document was first published in 21 but had been updated periodically. One of the document's appendices includes a list of Israeli companies and government offices that are required to purchase the services that are the subject of the tender from the winning bidder. The tender document doesn't require any of the entities to purchase cloud services, but if they need these services, they must purchase them from the two American tech giants. A separate portion of the document notes that any office that wants to buy cloud computing from other companies must petition two government committees that oversee procurement for an explicit exemption. Rafael is a titan of the Israeli defense sector. The company provides the Israeli military with broad variety of missiles, drones, and other weapons. It sells the vaunted Iron Dome rocket defense system and the Trophy anti-rocket countermeasure system that's helped project Israeli military tanks during the ground offensive. Israel also routinely fields Rafael's Spike line of missiles, which can be fired from shoulder-carried launchers, jets, or drones, effective against vehicles, buildings, and especially people. Spike missiles can be outfitted with a fragmentation option that creates a lethal spray of metal. Nice. Since 2009, analysts have attributed cube-shaped tungsten shrapnel wounds in civilians to Israel's use of Spike missiles. Use of these missiles in Gaza continue, saying that Spike missiles were likely used in the April 1st drone killing of 7 aid workers affiliated with World Central Kitchen. Damn. Damn, it's like that Black Mirror episode with the drone that like hunts down these people. And they spray these metal things in their skin. And then that tracks them. It's pretty wild. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream now. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. I'm tired of yapping, and I gotta give my mouth a rest. What? Are you laughing at me? Because I said I have to give my mouth a rest? We've been streaming for 6 hours. No, 5 hours. So thank you to the Oogie Boogie Man, and thank you to everyone else that gifted subs to the stream. And if you didn't, then fuck you too, okay? But otherwise, Let's leave off with the song, shall we?
The homes that e'er I bombed, I have bombed them out of self-defense. Oh, and all the children that e'er I killed, it was, alas, at my expense. I've tried my best to explain myself, but my best efforts were doomed to stall. So close for me, my embassy. Good night, goodbye, and feck you all. Of all the lies that e'er I told, my love of Zion made them true. Oh, and all the pushback that e'er I got, 'tis all because I be a Jew. Yet all my memes and self-pitying tweets, they've failed to hold you in their thrall. So close for me, my embassy. Good night, goodbye, and feck you all.
Wow. That was
of
beautiful.
all the guilt trips that e'er I laid,
oh shit,
they never seem to land with these. And for all the historical comparison cards that e'er I played, I could not gain your sympathies. Well, I have learned with Irish folk, Hasbara is a task too tall. So close for me, my beloved embassy. Lehi traot and feck you all, you Egypt gobshite, cute whores, scarlet figure mothers for having ya. L'chaim shlanta, good riddance.
The spit take at the end. Damn, that was... Yeah, the self-hating Jew. Is that what that is? The parting Hasbara glass on behalf of the Israeli embassy in Ireland that is no more. To all its staff and their bosses back home, may the Hague rise to meet you. Wow, that was really good. Really well written. And well executed, well performed by Daniel Mate. Very cool. Good stuff. Yep, I always say goodbye. It takes me about 15 tries, but I end up getting there. Yes, on that note, I will leave off. Thank you, Saeed, for that wonderful send-off. Thank you all for being here. And good night, goodbye, and fuck you all, man. Love to all. Excuse me, sorry. Good night. Thank you. I'll see you guys again real soon. Be looking for that virtual town hall clip with Chris Smalls. I'll be sharing that on YouTube by tomorrow. So have a great evening and see you next time.